Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today as we join the Association of General Practitioners of Jamaica, AGPJ, in association or in partnership with the Medical Association of Jamaica's Foundation for this wonderful continuing medical education program. With the theme From Graduation to Retirement, Safeguarding Physicians Across the Career Life Cycle. I hand you over now to our moderator for today's session, consultant family physician, Dr. Pauline Williams-Green. Have a wonderful day.
Good afternoon and happy Sunday to you all. What a wonderful pleasure to be asked to moderate this session. Now, this is going to be a cruise. We have so many speakers to share their ideas, thoughts, and experience with us. So, of course, we will manage it like a cruise liner. Each speaker has a specific time. When they see me appear, you know that you just have a few minutes left to wind up. Okay? But first, let's start with prayer, Dr. Buckland.
Let us pray. Divine Healer, Source of wisdom and compassion, we gather with grateful hearts for the privilege of learning and calling to serve. Grant us clarity of mind, humility in knowledge, and excellence in all that we do. Help us to see beyond illness, to recognize the dignity of every person we encounter, and to serve with kindness, patience, and integrity. Guide our decisions, strengthen our judgment, and keep us grounded in what is right and just. May our knowledge be used not just for self, but also for the healing and well-being of those entrusted to our care. Protect us from error, teach us through experience, and inspire us to grow continually in skill, wisdom, and compassion. Unite us as colleagues in purpose and service, and remind us always that medicine is not just a science, but also an art, and, importantly, a sacred trust. May all that we learn and do bring healing, comfort, and hope. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. And just to give us the raison d'etre behind this seminar, we're going to have a short presentation by Dr. Peter Swaby.
Good afternoon, colleagues, distinguished presenters, and guests. It is a pleasure to share a few brief remarks on how this important collaboration between the Association of General Practitioners of Jamaica and the MAJ Foundation came into being. In 2023, the AGP Secretariat recognized an opportunity to support an important initiative that was being undertaken by the MAJ Foundation. At that time, the chairman of the MAJ Foundation reached out to the leadership of the AGP, seeking support for several worthy outreach and charitable initiatives being carried out by the foundation. As an organization, the AGP has always been deeply committed to professional development, education, and advocacy on behalf of general practitioners. However, at that time, the association did not have a dedicated charitable foundation or a specific medium through which we could contribute to outreach activities of this nature. This led to the thoughtful discussions within the leadership of the association about how we might support the work of the MAJ Foundation in a suitable and sustainable and meaningful way. Out of those discussions emerged a very practical and impactful idea. The AGPJ would host an annual continuing medical education activity, and after covering the expenses associated with staging the event, all proceeds would be donated to the MAJ Foundation to support its programs and charitable initiatives. This arrangement allowed the AGPJ to continue fulfilling its core mandate of providing high-quality continuing medical education for physicians, while at the same time supporting the important philanthropic work of the MAJ Foundation. The very first staging of this collaborative event was held in February 2024, and it was very well received by the medical community. The intention was always for this activity to become a regular and feature on the AGB calendar of events, strengthening the partnership between the AGPJ and the MAJ organizations. A second event had been planned for late November 2025. However, as many of us will remember, the country was dealing with the aftermath of Hurricane Melissa, and the event unfortunately had to be postponed. The leadership of both organizations therefore agreed to reschedule the event for the first quarter of 2026, and we're very pleased that we're able to gather today for the second staging of this collaborative CME initiative. Today's program, entitled From Graduation to Retirement, Safeguarding Physicians Across the Career Life Cycle, is particularly appropriate as it highlights the importance of supporting physicians through every stage of their professional journey. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the leadership of the MAJ Foundation, the AGPJ organizing team, our presenters, moderators, and sponsors who have all worked together to make this event possible. Most importantly, we thank all of you, our colleagues, for participating in today's program. Your participation is not only contributes to our own professional development, or your own professional development, but also supports the important charitable work of the MAJ Foundation. This partnership demonstrates that what we can achieve when organizations within the medical community work together for the greater good of both physicians and the patients we serve. Thank you very much, and I wish everyone a productive and engaging session this afternoon. Have a great time.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Swaby. And he has done much of my work in welcoming you, welcoming all the presenters, colleagues, all physicians, other healthcare workers. We just thank you for joining us for this event. I repeat, this is a cruise liner sailing. We're about to take off with our first speaker. However, just like any ship, if we are talking for more than the allotted 30 minutes or whatever, you will hear me say, man overboard, because it means you will need to stop. All right? So our first speaker is Dr. Earl Wright, no stranger to many of us, well-known consultant psychiatrist, great leader for primary care mental health initiatives. And his topic is very apt. No, we could find no better speaker than the Dr. Earl Wright. And as I said, we're running a tight ship, so we want to welcome him to go ahead and start his presentation, Early Career Survival, Navigating Debt, Contracts, and Career Choices. Thank you. Looking forward to this.
Good. Thank you very much, Dr. Williams-Green. I'm going to be talking about the early career survival, navigating debt, and career contract choices. One of the things we know is that physician faces high stress, long hours. They are exposed to a lot of trauma, and they have a lot of financial pressures very early in life. And the consequence of this, you have burnout, depression, some who have had suicide, and the underlying problem, we get reduced patient care, the quality of care that we're giving our patients. And it's well known that the early career is the most vulnerable transition point in the life cycle of physicians. So the objectives today of the talk is understanding the physician life cycle risk, focus on early career survival skills, and I'm going to address depth to a limited degree contract career decision and provide some practical strategies. So if we look at the career life cycle, the stages, we go through medical school, then we move to internship and residency, and the early career, which is I've been asked to talk about, which is a very critical phase, and then you move into the mid-career, late career, and then retirement. The global evidence shows that burnout, we have a high incidence of burnout in the medical field, 40 to 60%, also higher than the general population of depression, 20 to 30%. The suicide rate is higher than the general population, and the highest risk group are early career physicians. So that we are going to talk about the early career reality when they are thrust into sudden clinical responsibility, finish your out of med school, finish your internship and your residency, and it's all you're out there, and the financial pressures begin, and life decision accelerate. So at that time, you have maximum responsibility with minimum control. So there's a triple pressure the early career doctor faces: the financial stress, the professional uncertainty, and personal life transitions. Some of us will have student loans and carrying debt, and we quickly recognize that the initial earnings, the low initial earnings relative to expectations, they don't match. And then there's the developing family financial responsibilities, and this leads to anxiety, increased stress, and limited career flexibility. And the fan also can delay milestone. Financial pressures often drives early career decisions. So it's important the professional uncertainty are uncertain about the specialty choices. You have limited control over a work environment, and you have variable supervision, variable consultation, supervision and support, and you have the pressure to perform at the highest levels immediately. And therefore, this leads to the common feelings of self-doubt, not wondering if you really are doing what you are supposed to do, the imposter syndrome, and the fear of making dreadful mistake. And the question that many individuals, many doctors often ask themselves, am I on the right path? And that becomes a constant question. But life does not pause for training. The personal life continues. And it's about the time when you start a family or you start supporting a family. You have relationship pressures because of the long work hours and the varying relationship demands. And there is the consideration. Some people will relocate for training, and that is an additional stress, or relocate their work environment. And that leads to limited time for self-care. So you have a big impact on the work-life imbalance, the emotional strain, and you don't bounce back, reduce resilience. So you have personal and professional demands peaking at the same time, which causes severe stress. you have the collision effect when the pressure combined of financial, professional, and personal stress all happening at the same time. And this leads to burnout, emotional exhaustion, and reduced job satisfaction. And this leads to increased risk of depression. And it's not three separate problems. They are all happening and compounded into what the early career doctor is experiencing. And this why this period is so critical. So we're talking about stress affecting the brain, and the corticotropin releasing factor is high, and the cortisol level affecting the brain also becomes very high. And I always remind of the Barker hypothesis, which proposes the developmental origins of health and disease, proposes that the environment starts in the fetus, especially if there are high stress level, the long-term effects on health and disease, it will be determined from this stage. So we're talking about when you have a doctor going through these stressors, you're going to have problems in not only for themselves, but in their children and the family as a whole. Maternal stress and the fetal hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis. Maternal stress exposes the fetus to high levels of cortisol and other stress hormones which cross over the placenta and predisposes the individual to heightened stress reactivity and increasing the risk of anxiety, depression, and affective disorder, and the non-communicable diseases in adulthood. So what's happening to the early career doctor not only affects them, but affects their family, especially their children. And it also, from a clinical and systemic impact, it increases medical errors because when you are under stress, the executive brain is not functioning as well, therefore you have increased medical errors. There's reduced empathy and patient connection. And then there is high attrition. People get frustrated and they want to leave. And many times these days, what I'm seeing, after a doctor has graduated, finished residency, you put them to work, and you see them for a while, and then they disappear, and you ask what has happened. And you hear many times they have quit the job here and migrated. And this leads to workforce instability. So early career distress affects the entire health system. So what works? The protective strategy. Always important that we put in place the protective strategy. At the individual level, we need to make sure that there is financial literacy, and I know the MAJ put in place and other organizations have put in place various seminars with regards to financial literacy. Also, mentorship and the support programs that are necessary. And I always emphasize structured self-care, very important. On the system level, the importance of supportive supervision, the consultants giving the supervision that's necessary, reasonable workload, and clear career paths. Solution must be both personal and systemic. And I'm not going to say much about this because you have experts, but just touching on debt management, you must know your total debt and don't run up the credit cards because they are the ones that have a very high interest rate. Consult your financial person, structured repayment, and avoid the lifestyle inflation. You don't have to buy the Mercedes-Benz or the Porsche immediately. That will come later in life if that's what you really want. And always have an emergency fund. Absolutely important, because life is going to happen regardless of the stage of your development. I know some people talk about their limited earnings during the early career. The early income often low than expected, and because there is delayed financial stability. So many people will do in Jamaica the public-private income and the telemedicine, and some people will go to some expert earning extra money. Some becomes important. I'd like to talk about contracts. Contracts, very important. Why do they matter? Most early career doctors do not read their contract carefully. And the reason for that, one of the reasons, is that they feel unable to negotiate. And I think that is a major vulnerability. Should read your contract. Anything you're going to sign, you must read it carefully before you sign it. And the contracts should have your salaries, and you should know your salary and benefit, your work hours and calls, your leave, your indemnity, and the termination clauses. These are some of the important, the key elements of contract, but I know the various unions take care of that to a large extent, but each individual should make sure that they understand and know their contract. And some of the red flags, when there are no written contract, you're just working, undefined hours, there is delayed payment, and there is restrictive exit clause. You can be gotten rid of with no problems at all. Very important that the contract identify these issues. Important to ask question about the contract, clarify expectation, seek mentorship, and the negotiation is equal to professionalism. Very important that you get the contract right. In the early career, there's also career choice drivers, because it's at this stage when you are seeking for specialization and looking at where you're going to go in the field of medicine for the future. So the career choice drivers are passion. We're all passionate about different aspects of the medical profession: income, lifestyle, migration opportunity, and national needs. These are some of the major drivers for career choices. And the career triangle decision balances the three core elements: income, lifestyle, and what is it you want to do, your purpose. And this is a fundamental trade-off in career planning. Many times, high income and high purpose leads to low lifestyle. And it's very difficult to maximize all three immediately. High lifestyle and high purpose often leads to, you have low income. Some of the high lifestyle you can choose your hours, you can see what's going on, you love what you're doing, but the money for many of these are not as good as you would like it to be. High income, high lifestyle may lack deep meaning. You might not love what you are doing. Every choice involves some trade-off. So what's about the income, financial stability and opportunity, what it includes? Salary and earning potential, the private practice opportunity, and the financial growth over time with regards to income. And remember, the reason why you need to make sure about the finances, because there'll always be debt repayment, family support, and the need for long-term security. Always think of the long-term security and start planning for that very early, especially in the early years, the early. High income specialty often involve long hours, higher pressure, and procedural intensity. The lifestyle, we're going to have high lifestyle chances in medicine with lots of time, flexibility. What it includes, that include work hours. You have lots of, you can manage your work hours, call schedules, you have flexibility and control, and you can plug in lifestyle balance. Then that will tend to decrease your mental health problems, improve your relationship, and improve sustainability. Lifestyle-friendly roles, often you have predictable schedules, low acute stress, and more personal time. And a lot of the public health areas, people tend to move into those areas and psychiatry when they emphasize the lifestyle and make sure that their mental health is being taken care of. Common mistake, young doctors often chase income alone and ignore lifestyle. And they underestimate the importance of purpose. And this will result in burnout, regret, and career switching, the early career trap. So it's important to choose your priority. The early career can be divided into phases. The early career strategy. Stage 1, you stabilize the income and gain experience. Phase 2, you adjust your lifestyle and redefine direction. And phase 3, you optimize purpose and balance. Balance evolves over time, not something that happens immediately. Important to ask yourself, your personal reflection. What do I value most right now? In your early career development, what do I value right now? What am I willing to sacrifice temporarily? How am I willing to delay gratification so I can have more gratification later on in life? And most importantly, what does success look like for me in 5 to 10 years? Look forward to the future and strategize what is it your life is gonna be down the line. So the career triangle rule, you can have all three: income, lifestyle, and purpose, but it takes time. Success comes from awareness, strategic timing, and most important, continuous adjustment. So building a culture of physician wellness is absolutely important for Jamaica. And the key institutional strategies, you need leadership commitment, psychological safety, workload management, need access to confidential care, and peer support system. Organizations must shift from individual resilience to systemic support. Very important. So physicians' health programs, effective physician health program include early identification, confidential treatment, monitoring, professional rehabilitation, and return to practice support. And these programs exist in many countries and dramatically improve recovery outcomes. Remember, at the start, we said there's going to be a high prevalence of individuals with various problems. It's important to plan for that. So safeguarding physicians in Jamaica, Medical Council of Jamaica, you have the Medical Association, Medical Council of Jamaica Wellness Program. There we are planning for some confidential physicians support line, mental health services for doctors. There's a peer support group that if you go to the website, both at the MAJ and the Medical Council, you can volunteer to become part of the peer support group and help both yourself and others. And in various regions, there is various development of the employee assistance programs. These initiatives led by the Medical Association of Jamaica, the Medical Council of Jamaica, the Ministry of Health, and other organizations. So the role of leadership, healthcare leaders must normalize help-seeking behavior, reduce stigma, protect physician well-being, and design support system. Healthy physicians are essential for safe healthcare systems taking care of all patients. So takeaway, physicians' well-being must be protected across the entire career life cycle. Each stage presents distinct risks and opportunities. Burnout and mental illness are systemic issues, not only individual weakness, and structured physicians' health programs are essential. Protecting physician well-being is a workforce priority, a patient safety issue, and a national health system responsibility. And gonna share with you again, one of the things I think that we can all do to make ourselves better for each day, the morning neurobiological reset routine. And I've shared this in the past, but I hope people are doing it. Why morning matters, it shapes dopamine tone for the day, aligns cortisol awakening, enhances executive function, reduces emotional reactivity, and improves long-term circadian stability. So the three immediate things one needs to do in the morning, 5 to 15 minutes, brisk walk, stretching, or body weight exercise. And I recommend a 2 minute of plank. When you roll out of the bed, you roll across and do a 2 minute plank. If you can't do 2 minutes, you can do 1 minute. Increase dopamine and norepinephrine, enhances brain-derived neurotrophic factor production that stimulates and get the cells reproduce, and improve prefrontal executive brain cortical activation. And then sunlight, no sunglasses, anchors circadian rhythm and enhances daytime dopamine regulation. Also drinking a glass of water, hydration. First thing in the morning, drink a full glass of water. Supports metabolic activation, improves cerebral perfusion, and prepares the brain for cognitive load. And I always recommend this, 30 minutes cold water at the end of your shower. increase norepinephrine, boost alertness, and stress resilience. And then your high protein, not high sugar breakfast. No high sugar, providing tyrosine and stabilize your glucose level and prevents your mid-morning crash. High protein breakfast. And you meaningful work tasks, identify one deep work priority. And I always encourage a brief gratitude reflection, activating the cortex and the decreases limbic impulsivity. And always positive greeting, short prayer, reflective moment, interacting with someone releases oxytocin and buffers stress and stabilizes dopamine-driven pursuits that you're going to have during the day. So light, circadian alignment, movement, dopamine plus brain-derived neurotropic factor, cold shower, norepinephrine activation, protein, dopamine substrate in your breakfast, and you stimulate your executive brain. And if you social activity is a cortisol stress buffer. Thank you very much, and God bless, and look forward to any questions you might have. Thanks, and I think I was on the time.
You were perfect. You're a minute ahead. In fact, 3 minutes ahead. But you have time. You've just added time for your questions and answers, Dr. Earl Wright. We are given, was it 10 minutes? Is it 10 minutes? I'm a bit lost here. Okay, we have questions. So it's 5 minutes for questions and answers. So I should have warned you, but if you haven't done so, put your questions and questions in the chat, and we'll ask Dr. Earl Wright to look at those questions at this time, since we have our 5 minutes for questions. And I would like to ask a quick question. In the meantime, you can put yours in the question and answer. And that is, Dr. Wright, you mentioned early in your talk that this is a very significant time for suicide among physicians and maybe, I don't know, other healthcare practitioners. Can you just elaborate on that for us?
Well, in Jamaica, our suicide rate, as you might know, is much lower than other countries. But we have had suicide in doctors here. I don't think there's any evidence that we have a higher suicide rate among doctors here than in the general population. But suicide is always a risk for individuals who become depressed. And even though our suicide rate here is not very high, it's something that we all should try to prevent. And even one death, we shouldn't have any death, right? So one death is too many. And we have had some physicians who have committed suicide in Jamaica. And we need to put in place things to recognize depression and substance abuse, substance misuse early, and do something about it.
Yes, thank you so much. Sam, are there any questions in the Q&A? Help me out with that, please. If not, I just want to highlight some of the main points that I really learned a lot from this section, from the presentation by Dr. Wright. In particular, the early career reality and that critical window, those early years of realizing, hold it, I've always wanted to be a doctor, and now a doctor. Expectations are not matching reality. And so thank you for highlighting that. Thank you for talking about the difficulties and the reason why such disappointments may occur, but you highlighted the protected strategies. And we thank you for that. So we have to help with financial literacy, mentorship, support programs, and structured self-care. And doctors should be, and healthcare providers should realize when we are the ones that need help as well. Thank you so much.
Dr. Williams Green, I don't know if we still have time, but
Okay, sir.
I do see two questions here.
Okay, go ahead. I'm happy. Yes, I
So
think we
there
have
is
time.
a
Go ahead.
question.
Mhm.
Doc, would you recommend coffee drinking in the morning? And to team that, there's also a question about sex in the early morning as well.
All
As
right,
a
let me take the
recommendation.
coffee one first. The coffee, it's recommended that you should not drink your coffee until around a half an hour to 90 minutes after you are awake, because the adenine production needs to be altered before you get caffeine into your body. So you should try to do your exercise, etc., before you, and exposure to sunlight before you take your coffee. Sex in the morning, nothing wrong with that. Sex in the morning is a natural, it's natural. So the importance of that is that with sex, you're going to increase your secretion of chemicals in the brain. Your oxytocin is going to be increased, so that's going to set you up for a better day. So sex in the morning is also a good activity, so long it don't keep you from going to work or it make you late and then you run into problem. But nothing is wrong with sex in the morning or having coffee early in the morning. But do your exercise or do your plank, your 1 minute plank, before you before you drink your coffee, if at all possible.
Thank you very much for this obviously very interesting section. And we now move on to our second speaker, who is Dr. Brian Charles. And he's a graduate of the UII in Barbados, where he spent 10 years in accidents and emergencies. And now he's the Caribbean consultant for the MPS since 2002. So this is a sponsored presentation. Dr. Brian Charles, you have 30 minutes, and at that time, about 3 or so minutes before you see me appear if you haven't quite finished. Dr. Charles?
Thank you very much for that introduction. And let me say that it's an absolute pleasure to be here with you again for the first time for us. And before I actually start, I want to tell Dr. Wright, I thoroughly enjoyed your presentation, especially the neurobiological regime. I mean, if we are all doing 2 minute planks, we're going to have a lot of healthy looking persons with abs out here. So that's very good. And you also gave a quote, which I think I'm going to steal with your permission, please. It says, healthy physicians are essential for safe healthcare. And because I'm a medical legal consultant, my aim really is to encourage safety within our profession. And I thought that it was a good addition to put that in, that healthy physicians are actually part of having a safe practice. So my title this afternoon really is medical legal risk management from a GP perspective. And even before I start, I want to say that I'm an emergency physician, but because I do medical legal for the Caribbean region for over 23 years, I have been exposed to quite a bit of factors that contribute to medical legal errors, and I help out quite a few of the different specialties. And it is good to say that general practice, around which this conference is centered, is one of the low risk professions, low risk specialties, sorry, and I'm happy for that. So before I start, I want to just put in a plug. As you said, it was a sponsored presentation, so it'll be amiss of me if I go ahead without saying a little bit on this. Medical Protection Society really is the world's largest protection agency for healthcare workers. And it's not only doctors, but doctors, nurses, allied workers as well. And our philosophy really is to support safe practice in medicine by helping to avert and solve problems before they happen. So talks like this is what we do to help prevent errors and bad things from happening to persons within our profession. I like to have, it's a Sunday afternoon, and I like to have some interaction just so that you remain awake, I remain awake, so that, as we go ahead. So what I would like to encourage you, I know that we have over 450 participants, which is a very, very good attendance for this conference, is for you to log into this by scanning this QR code, or using this code on your URL. If you type in menti.com, it will ask you for a code, and you can type in 26295323. And what that's going to do is going to allow some interaction during the presentation. And I find that this usually is quite interesting because it allows us to participate. So it's not only me that's talking, but you are actually on your devices participating as we go on. Okay, so while you are logging in, I'm going to go to the next slide. And for those of you who are already logged in, you can answer this for me. I would like to know, what is your practice level? And you're only allowed one response. So click on it, and then I can get, and the rest of you all can get an idea of who is in the audience and who is participating. Okay, so we have the GPs and specialists. So specialists and consultants can also include specialist GPs, okay? So those of you who are family medicine specialists, you can click on the consultant as opposed to on the GP. Very frequently our family medicine physicians who are consultants are not recognized for their consultant role, but they are quite an important part in the grand scheme of general practice. All right, so we have equal number of general doctors and consultants. All right, my next question for you. Have you ever been complained for or sued? So this is not only medical legally, but also disciplinary or complaints from your institutions. Nice. Now you see, this is good, and this is good safe practice, Dr. Wright. You should be proud of your physicians if the majority of them have never been complained for or sued. So that's brilliant. And if you have been complained or sued, which is a very small amount of us, how did it make you feel? What did you experience when this has happened? And you just type in a word. There's no yes or no to this one. You can type in a word to let us know, how did you feel when you were complained or sued? And part of what we are going to speak of today is how we prevent this. So someone says it's never been sued, but of course, upset, angry, sad, yes. Okay. I will tell you that this is probably one of the most frightening things that we can experience, especially during our junior and our young careers, because there's uncertainty as to what's going to happen afterwards. We don't know if it's going to have an impact on our reputation, if it's going to have an impact on our jobs. So this is an important thing. So for today, I'm going to speak in a very short time on the principles of risk management and what we can do about it, how errors occur, and what we can do when an error occurs. So the first part, I want to start with a case. This is an actual case that I experienced when I was working in the UK, and I thought that it's a good one to speak of here. While I was doing a GP locum, one day the locum practice actually shut because of an incident that happened. What really happened was that our receptionist received a call from a nursing home asking for a prescription for Mary Thompson. I remember the name quite well, because her non-steroidal had run out, and they wanted a prescription to be sent to the pharmacy for the nursing home courier to pick up so that Mary could get her medication. So the receptionist seen here passed this on to the locum who was there at the practice and realized it was a patient of theirs. So he wrote the prescription, sent it to the pharmacy, and asked the nursing home to pick up the medication. Lo and behold, the medication was collected and Mary started on her medication. What happened was that there was more than one. There were actually two Mary Thompsons in that practice, one of which was on a non-steroidal, and the other one was on a different medication. Needless to say, the old lady at the nursing home should not have been given the non-steroidal at the dose at which the locum was prescribed. And 2 weeks later, after continuing with the medication, Mary had a GI bleed and unfortunately she passed away. Now, this caused a huge turmoil within the practice. As you can see here, the GP was devastated. It was an avoidable risk if somebody had just checked the notes to see which Mary Thompson they were prescribing for. So that is the basis of some of what I'm going to speak of today, and it's really going to speak of risk. And a risk really is exposure or a chance of injury or loss, either by a hazard, which is something that is existing in the environment, or by a choice, a personal choice or a dangerous choice. But regardless of whatever happens, the exposure to risk brings on a level of uncertainty on your objective. Okay, so if you are exposed to a risk and things go bad, you cannot predict accurately as to what may happen. Now, of course, we know that we live with risk every day. We have toddlers. We baby proof our house. We don't practice certain things. We drive with our seatbelts. Those are risks that we are mitigating against. So we can get risk at home. We can get risk when we're traveling. And of course, as with everything in medical practices, there are risks. Now, we can minimize our risk by improving our systems, either our personal systems as to how we handle these risks, or institutionally, how we put systems in place to decrease the exposure from risk. The principles of risk management, though not necessarily medical, can be system-wide, and we see this very much in things like aviation, where the aviation industry is one of the safest industries there is because they put factors in place to control risk. But we can extrapolate this to medicine and to our practices and even into our offices. When you have good risk management, it creates and protects the value of your profession and your practice. It should be an integral part of all processes within the organization. And I speak specifically to things like record keeping, prescribing, issuing of drugs, etc. It should be part of your everyday decision making, and it means that you're considering the possibility of uncertainty when a risk occurs. It should be structured, systematic, and timely. It should be based on evidence-based and the best options. It should be tailored to your individual practice and taking human, supplies, and system things into account. They should be reproducible and transparent and inclusive so that, for example, that locum that I gave you in the case should have understood that if a prescription was called in, we have to check our records and to find out to make sure that this is the right prescription you're given. The risk management doesn't have to be static. It should be dynamic. It should grow on the policy that you've had, and it should facilitate continued improvement in the organization. Now, much of the research I've done for this practice is UK centric, so I make no apologies that a lot of the information has come from the NHS in the UK. But in healthcare in the UK, more than 1 million people are treated successfully every day. However, things will go wrong no matter how well we think our professionalism is. Things will go wrong. And when things go wrong, our patients are at risk. And in hospitals, adverse outcomes have identified that they occur in approximately 10% of all your cases, and about 20% of all adverse events or all adverse outcomes can have very serious consequences. And 50% of these are totally preventable. Now, if you have a preventable adverse outcome that can ruin your profession or ruin your institutional reputation, you need to address that. So it is very important to understand the scope at which risk management is important. And it's very, I found it interesting that hospital-related adverse events leading to death actually come in at number one out of the top 20 risk factors. And this is more than drugs, violence, and even road traffic accidents. So again, let's go back to our mentee and ask you, what are some of the risks encountered in general or family practice? What are some of the things that we find that could be risky and that could lead to errors? And you just have to type a word or a phrase, and we'll look to see what you have. Non-compliance, missing allergies, clerical errors, inattentiveness to the patient, yes. Documentation, very good. Prescription errors. Negligence is the result of some of the risks that we find. Okay, non-compliance again, documentation, burnout. So we go back to some of the things that Dr. Wright mentioned in the first presentation in terms of burnout. I'm going to show you what some of the studies have shown in terms of GP now. We did the hospital-related ones, but in areas of risk at general practice include in that it's a stressful environment. GP offices can be very busy. They can be demanding depending on your patient. Not every patient is the ideal model patient that you like. Some of them are quite demanding. They're diverse. So as a specialty, for example, in urology, you're focused on urology. A dentist focuses on teeth. But general practitioners have focus on everything, almost everything. And because you're not working in a team with a consultant, registrar, SHO, house officers, it is quite hands-on. And if you're mixing this with vulnerable patients, long hours, and familiar working environment, like the case that I spoke of at the beginning, it can be a potpourri of quite a few issues. We did a study in 2016, I think it's 2016, yes, which showed that GPs are now more likely to be sued than ever before. And in that study, where we surveyed 800 GPs, over 3/4 of them believe that they are more likely to be sued now than 5 years previous to that. And 35% of them had actually received a claim for negligence during the medical career. So I want to tie this into the survey that I just asked you at the beginning. How many of you have been complained for or sued? And the majority of us had said, no, we have never been complained for and sued. And I would say that that's a testament to a very good and safe practice, especially now that so many GPs are being sued and feel that they are more likely to be sued. Interestingly, 14% did experience a claim in the past 2 years, and this is in the UK. So these claims related to the majority were related to delay in diagnosis. Some were medication and prescription errors, and about 5% were admin errors like misconfidentiality and that kind of stuff. The criticisms of the study, we found that the systems of communication and how you have your admin can be at fault. Documentation, as you would have said in your responses a while ago, and poor standards of care. This is of concern to us, the indemnifiers, because claims, of course, are increasing, and it can be frightfully hard on us in terms of a financial output from a doctor to defend a claim or even to settle a claim. And the reason why these claims are increasing is that, nowadays our patients are better educated. Everything is available on the internet, and we actually have an issue where patients come with their diagnoses and they actually say they've gotten this from Dr. Google on the internet, or they went to the YouTube University of Medicine and they know what's happening to them and they want what they heard or saw on the internet, which creates a little bit of conflict with us. And when things do not go right, then they have something that they say, well, I told my doctor, and things go wrong. Our legal costs are spiraling. They're increasing exponentially. The amount that you have to pay a panel firm to defend a doctor is far more than it was 10 years ago. Of course, when we cause harm, that patient should be compensated. And when they're being compensated, there's increasing costs for care, increasing costs of equipment. And because technology is increasing and getting better, we're keeping patients alive longer, and which means that our care for them has to be longer. So in the UK, in a similar study, we found that the top risk in 2015 were confidentiality, communication, prescribing, health and safety protocols, learning for events, infection control, and again, documentation. I can stick a pin here to say that our experience in the Caribbean is a little bit different in that we do not, I certainly, in the 23 years that I've been practicing as a medical legal consultant, I do not see that many cases of breaches of confidentiality, which is a good thing. What I do see was things like record keeping, issues of record keeping, delays in diagnosis, etc., etc. So why should we do risk management? Risk management is important for savior of your reputation, making sure you're satisfied with your job, patient and staff safety, as well as requirements, statutory requirements from medical counsel, as well as legal requirements. So that's the principles of risk management. And I want to speak a little bit on the context of error. When and how do errors occur? I should have actually asked you guys this, but errors occur in a myriad of different things. We have here, I like to use the mnemonic halted. You are prone to an error when you are hungry, angry, late, tired, decreased energy, or distracted. So any of these things that are given right here can lead to errors. And for those of you who have seen this before, this is a very popular, it's called the James Reason Swiss cheese effect, where if you have a system where multiple things can go wrong, adverse incidents can only happen when the holes line up. So each slice of cheese is a barrier for which you can catch an error before it occurs. But each hole in the cheese are loopholes within our practices, and where you have system failures and active failures. So when you have something that triggers an event, if everything lines up, it goes all the way through to an accident. And of course, you don't want to make errors because errors will haunt you. It's not only a one-time thing, especially in medical practice where we are responsible for our patients and our patients' well-being. Errors tend to haunt you. And quite interestingly and very important is that when these errors occur, the second victim of error is actually us. So we have harmed our patients, but we also cause ourselves harm. And, we suffer depression. And Dr. Wright spoke about suicide already. We actually have doctors who, because of errors, have been in court, have had corporate manslaughter raised charges against them. So, the second plight of errors, second victim of error is actually us, the medical practitioner. When these errors occur, the number one thing we should do is to offer an apology. Now, I digress for a minute because I remember when I showed the slides to a group of anesthetists in another island in the Caribbean, we had to stop the presentation because there was so much discussion on this. The claim by the audience was that if you say sorry because an error has occurred, it means that you are admitting liability, that you are wrong and you're opening yourself to a medical legal challenge. The studies and evidence have not shown that this is right. it actually shows that there is a decrease. And I'm going to show you one study that showed a decrease in the likelihood of medical legal proceedings after saying that you're sorry. Now, if you're going to do an apology, there are 5 main steps that you should take, and it should be in this order. Okay, so make note of this. The first thing is that you should say that you're sorry. Let your patient and the patient's relatives know that this is your understanding of what happened, that you will ensure that this does not happen again, and this is what you're going to do to fix this. Apologize again, and then come back to them and say, well, look, in some follow-up, that this is where we have gotten with our investigation. These 5 steps are actually very crucial in terms of giving an apology, and it is really and truly something that we have seen that has decreased the medical legal risk. Wendy Lebov, in her book, gave a technique for saying sorry, which is termed the sad but glad technique. And I quote, "I am sorry to hear that you are not happy with the treatment that we have provided for you." So this is the sad part where you show empathy. You are sorry to hear that you are not happy with the treatment, but you are grateful for the opportunity to deal with the concerns that you have. So that's the glad part, and it encourages the patient to come and speak more freely, and encourages you, the practitioner who's erred, to speak about the incident. And this is the study I spoke about, where in the University of Michigan Health System, where they started an open disclosure, full disclosure with apology after adverse outcome. In 3 years, lawsuits fell by about half. So you could imagine in a big healthcare system where all you're doing is apologizing and following up on why errors have occurred, you decrease lawsuits by a half, and your average settlement fell from 70,000 US to 30,000 US. That's more than half is the settlement value. The legal costs, because we're now dealing with settlements now as opposed to litigation and defense, dropped to 1 million on average annually, and the claim disposal was much more quick. So saying sorry is not an admission of liability. If the patient has been inconvenienced in any way, you should apologize. Explain the steps according to the 5 points I've given to you, and get appropriate cover or indemnity. That's important, of course. So my last question for you is a sliding scale. And I want you to read these 5 points very carefully and click where along the scale, going from strongly disagree to strongly agree, your opinion is. So family and general practice is high risk medical legally. And I don't want you to take too long to think about it. This should be you should be snapping at this. We have no respondees. I'm disappointed. Okay, there we go. It's coming up. All right. So, right. Okay, as I discuss this, I'm going to let you continue to respond, because it is important for all of us to see where we think about these things. Family practice is high risk medical legally. A majority of you all are saying that it's about midway, and I would say no, family practice is actually low risk. So that's a good thing, and I mentioned this earlier. Apology is risky due to misinterpretation to admission of liability, and the majority of you have gotten this right. Second, victim of error relates to patient's relative. No, it doesn't. It relates to the patient. Sorry, relates to the doctor. My bad. I'm sorry. So the second victim of error is the doctor's thing, not the patient's. Errors in GP practice occur mostly due to complexities of our patients. I would say this is a contributing factor, so I would target this midway. Malpractice can be proven if there's a breach of duty, a breach of standards, and proven damages, and you're absolutely correct. It's all 3 of those. I did not mention this, and I just wanted to know how we would answer to this. All right, so I quickly summarize in that I would like to say that we should all be aware that we all make mistakes. So we can't be perfect. And even though we have a low risk within the audience of being complained and sued, that is fantastic. but it doesn't mean that we must not take risk management into account. Fatigue and stress do increase error, and also the other things that I've said. When you're hungry, angry, late, tired, distracted, those increase the likelihood of stress. If you're working in a team, in an institution, or even with a GP practice, watch for stresses within the team. If you have a new locum coming in and he's practicing, make sure he understands all the policies for your practice. Apply the principles of risk management to your practice, and always apologize and alert us at medical protection early. So with that, I thank you for your attention, and I'm hoping that we can sway the feeling from someone who's worried to a happy general physician. Thank you very much, and I'm open for any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Brian Charles. Really very interactive. We appreciate it. We're going to be very restricted for questions because our time, you did well with the 30 minutes, but the time has gone. I'm going to ask Sam, is there a question? We can take one.
I see one question here
Go ahead.
about is the reason for less suing in our society due to our people being less litigious?
That's correct. That's right. That is exactly it. And I don't even have to answer the question. That is it. Culturally, the doctors have held a very high esteem in society. And to be honest, in Barbados, Jamaica, Trinidad, it is coming down. That high esteem is coming down. So our litigious, we are getting lawsuits more in those three countries than, and maybe St. Lucia too, than any of the other countries. The lesser, the OECS, etc. Lawsuits are very rare, very, very rare. So it is a cultural thing, and yeah, but that doesn't give us any comfort. It doesn't mean that you should practice without taking risk management into consideration. Thank you.
Definitely. Thank you so much. Excellent presentation, and we've taken note of HALTED. It's very your acronym, very, very helpful. Thank you. We're going to move on to our next speaker, who is Dr. Averson Bailey. And Dr. Bailey is no stranger to most of us. He is the chairman of the MAJ Foundation, past president of the MAJ as well, and the CCFP region, chapter and region. His leadership across national and regional medical organizations makes him a fitting presenter on his topic. And the topic, Dr. Bailey, and he's all ready, is the ethical considerations in early professional practice. And take it away. We're doing well with the cruising. Nobody overboard yet. Go right ahead.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pauline. It's a really pleasure for me to make this presentation. And if you actually know the chair behind me, I'm actually making this presentation from the MAJ. I would like to thank the AGPJ for collaborating with us in this special venture. My talk today is going to be fairly short. Ethical considerations in early professional practice. I've been practicing now for 42 years. So this paper is especially to address those who have just started practice. Now, the objective of this paper is to discuss the transition from student to professional, and it marks a profound ethical threshold. We know that formal education informs theoretical knowledge of ethics, but early professional practice exposes us to complex realities where principles are tested under pressure. Therefore, we will explore the ethical challenges encountered during formative stages of professional life and emphasize the role of discipline, mentorship, moral courage, and reflective practice. Now, the paper is going to argue that ethical competence is not merely the application of rules, but the cultivation of character. Anchored in both classical ethical principles and lived experiences, The discussion will highlight how early decisions shape lifelong professional identity. This paper, therefore, will review your commitment to virtue, integrity, and accountability as you pursue excellence in your careers. Now, the early years of professional life represents a crucible in which knowledge, skill, and character converge. It is during this period that individuals move from the relative certainty of structured learning into what I call the ambiguity of real-world practice. Here, ethical principles are no longer abstract constructs seen in textbooks, but they become imperatives that are tested in moments of uncertainty, urgency, and constraint. For many young professionals, this transition reveals a stark truth. Whenever I'm making a particular point, I put it in bold. This truth is knowing what is right is often easier than doing what is right. You face competing demands, hierarchical pressures, limited resources, and most importantly, fear of reprisal. And this may obscure your ethical clarity. Therefore, young professionals will know that practice is not only a test of competence, but a defining period for the formation of moral identity. Let's now look at the transition from ethical theory to ethical practice. Formal education introduces some foundational ethical principles: autonomy, beneficence, non-malfeasance, and justice, which we all know. Yet, the translation of these principles into practice is rarely ever straightforward. In the real world, we have to deal with competing values, incomplete information, and time-sensitive decisions. So, as young professionals, we have to deal with what is called a hidden curriculum. This plays a significant role during this phase. Young professionals observe the behaviors, attitudes, and decision-making patterns of their seniors. When these observations align with their formal ethical teachings, integrity is reinforced. However, when discrepancies arise, we now enter that murky area called ethical dissonance, i.e., what is right theoretically versus what is being done. In such moments, a young doctor must choose whether to conform, to remain silent, or to stick to his taught principles. Therefore, ethics is not merely taught, it is caught, it is contested, and ultimately chosen. Let us now look at the formation of professional identity. Ethical practice is inseparable from professional identity. The habits formed in early practice, i.e., diligence, honesty, or compromise, can become ingrained patterns that shape your future behavior. Integrity is not established in a single moment of time. It is cultivated through repeated decisions made under varying circumstances. A key component is mentorship. Mentorship plays a pivotal role in this process. Ethical mentors model not only what to do, but they model how you think and respond. And in my years in medical school, I had some good mentors, and they did, in fact, influence how I think how I act, and how I respond. Mentors' influence extends beyond instruction. They shape attitudes toward responsibility. They encourage you to be accountable and to provide service. In this regard, therefore, early professional life is less about achieving perfection and more about establishing direction and orientation toward excellence grounded in moral clarity. Let's now look at some common ethical challenges in early practice. Young professionals frequently encounter a range of ethical dilemmas. They include navigating hierarchical structures that may discourage questioning or dissent. They have to balance honesty with fear of criticisms or reprisal. They have to ensure accuracy and integrity in documentation, as just discussed by our colleague. They have to manage errors and determine when and how to disclose them. I'm particularly pleased with the previous lecture, which said you must learn how to say you're sorry. They have to learn how to allocate limited resources fairly and justly. These challenges often create tension between what is safe and what is right. Your ability to resolve this tension, therefore, will require not only knowledge, but courage and conviction. So, I now will introduce you to the concept of moral courage and how it informs ethical actions. Moral courage is the capacity to act in accordance with ethical principles despite personal or professional consequences, and that's a tough one. Let me repeat. Moral courage is the capacity to act in accordance with ethical principles despite potential personal or professional consequences. It is described as a defining attribute of ethical practice, particularly in environments where conformity is implicitly rewarded. Now, the absence of moral courage may lead to what is in bold ethical silence, which means you agree to allow what is wrong to continue. However, if you display moral courage, this will encourage accountability, transparency, and trust. Developing moral courage, therefore, requires both internal strength and external support. Therefore, institutions must create environments where ethical concerns can be raised without fear, and where integrity is recognized and valued. And this is a major problem that many Caribbean institutions have. Many healthcare providers are fearful of upholding integrity. We're now going to look at errors, humility, and reflective practice. Error is an inevitable component of professional life. It happens. The ethical response to error, however, is what distinguishes the conscientious professional from one who is not conscientious. A conscientious professional acknowledges mistakes. He or she discloses them appropriately and, most importantly, learn from them. If you display these attributes, you are said to be displaying elements of ethical growth. Now, this is a tough one. Humility. Humility plays a critical role in this process. It allows us to recognize our limitations, to seek guidance, and remain open to continuous improvement. Reflective practice can be done through journaling, i.e. writing down adverse outcomes, discussion, or seeking guidance through mentorship. This provides also the structured means of examining decisions and fine-tuning your judgment. In this way, errors becomes not merely setbacks, but opportunities for moral and professional development. Now, Dr. Wright presented a brilliant paper on burnout. I'll just quickly remind you of some of the issues. With respect to the impact of burnout and systemic pressure, ethical decision-making does not occur in a vacuum. It is characterized, it can result in fatigue, burnout, and systemic constraints, which impair judgment and erode your moral sensitivity. Over time, pressures at the workplace or in your offices may lead to disengagement or, unfortunately, normalization of inappropriate practice. So, you need to pay attention to self-care. And this has been mentioned before by the two previous speakers. The important issue to understand is that self-care is an ethical responsibility and is essential. A professional who is physically and emotionally depleted is less able to uphold the standards of care and integrity required of a doctor. But we cannot fail to remember that the institution in which you work bear responsibility in addressing factors that can contribute to erosion of ethics. Let's take a look now, cultural context, ethical sensitivity. Ethical practice must be responsive to cultural context. And we face this problem all the time with our patients. In diverse societies, including Jamaica and the wider Caribbean, professionals have to navigate beliefs, values, and expectations. Let me implore you to respect cultural perspective while maintaining your standard. But this is difficult. It requires sensitivity, adaptability, and discernment. It calls for a balance between empathy and principle, ensuring that care is both professional and ethically so. I'm now going to move on to another issue that can affect ethics in practice, which is the digital age. The digital age introduced new ethical considerations, such as confidentiality, data security, and professional boundaries. Early professionals must be particularly vigilant in navigating these domains, where the potential for inadvertent breach is high. So, maintaining professionalism in digital interaction is now an integral component of ethical practice. So, in conclusion, ethical considerations in early professional practice extend far beyond adherence to rules or avoidance of misconduct. Ethical consideration in professional practice involve the cultivation of character, the development of moral courage, and a continuous refinement of judgment. The early years of practice are the most challenging, they're formative. Decisions made during this period, whether to speak or to remain silent, to act or to defer, to uphold or to compromise, shape not only your careers, but the integrity of our profession. So, as Marcus Aurelius, my favorite Stoic philosopher, reminds us, waste no more time arguing what a good man should be one. In the final analysis, ethical practice is not a theoretical exercise. It is a lived commitment expressed daily, tested annually, and sustained through discipline, perseverance, and an unwavering dedication to do what is right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Bailey, CD. Really impressed with your presentation, which highlighted so many important points. And as you said, you are well within time, so we're cruising along. Nobody needs to go overboard, and we can allow for questions. So while Sam is looking at his at the question and answer to enlighten us, let me throw one to you. One of the things that Dr. Charles encourages us to do is to apologize, and you highlighted this in your talk. What are the cultural problems that you think our physicians, GPs in particular, encounter in making an apology?
In fact, the main setback for apology is oftentimes the doctor himself, because he's afraid that if he apologizes, it will be an expression of incompetence. But have been there. And if an error is made, and I cite an example of an error I made. There was a question with respect to NSA ID. When I was working at Kaiser, a patient called me to ask me to provide an NSA for him for some musculoskeletal disorder. And since I knew the gentleman, I actually prescribed diclofenac, which was my favorite drug at the time. And 2 days later, I got a call from his wife to say that he was in hospital. And I said, oh dear, I'm in deep trouble. So I said, why is he in hospital? And she said, he's bleeding from everywhere. I said, oh. And then I contacted the pharmacist and said, what is this man's medical problem? She said, Doc, don't you remember that he's taking warfarin? I said, oh dear Jesus, I'm in trouble. So I immediately visited him in hospital, held his hand, and told him profusely how apologetic I am, and that I'm so sorry for what happened, because I had expected a major lawsuit. And of course, his wife was there and I held her hand too. And I'm not spiritual, but she prayed for me. And that was the end of that. I followed him up continuously until he was discharged. Apologies work. And because we do have days when we might be tired, I might forget the patient's history and do prescribe medication that are not appropriate. So I have no qualm in making apologies. It has worked for me over the past 42 years. But some doctors have a problem with humility and might be unwilling to apologize. But based on the data, it works. And from my own experience of 42 years of practice, patients are willing to accept apologies. Because they realize that you're not infallible. So, and once you apologize, and perhaps even offer to assist them to help them to recover, they tend to be quite appreciated.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bailey. Sam, any questions in the Q&A?
Yeah, in the Q&A, Doc, I have a question here from Daniel Lester. What recommendations for changing poor professional identity?
Repeat that for me, Sam.
Sure. What recommendations do you have for changing poor professional identity?
I'm a little concerned about the word identity. I presume it means the perception that patients have of doctors. Is that what the person's trying to say?
That would be my understanding.
Okay, that's easy to answer. Um, when I was in med school, my professors, my residents, looked like doctors, and they behaved like doctors, and they spoke like doctors. And what I find as the years went by, persons tend to change in terms of their appearance and their behaviors. And they no longer use the so-called white coat. I find that when patients come into your practice and you look, you behave, and you act like what they consider a doctor to be, they're far more willing to listen to you, and they're far more willing to comply with your treatment, and they're far more willing to forgive you if you make an error. So I think it's a matter of training, and that's where medical council and the MAJ will come in to encourage doctors to behave like a professional and remember that medicine is not only a science, it's an art of empathy and caring for people is critical for healthcare and is an important part of the ethics, because empathy is important and patients are far more willing to listen to you and to allow you to touch them and to care for them if you appear to be the epitome of a professional. So professionalism is critical, and it involves training, I suppose, and continuous encouragement by medical council when doctors are registered to be professional.
I'd like to add, Dr. Bailey, that we should probably be intervening even in the medical school. Maybe we should be presenting ourselves to medical students through the school, so we ask for permission and try and engage them from an early stage in terms of that humility, that willingness to recognize the importance of the patient and to assume the identity of a physician, not just in our dress, in our decorum, but in just how we present ourselves. So we, by appearing before them, will be exemplifying that.
I agree with you, Dr. Pauline.
Any other questions, Sam?
No, Doc, no other questions.
All right, Dr. Bailey, I want to thank you for moving us right ahead. We've just picked up speed and we're going at several more knots than we're doing before. And your audience is showing their appreciation. We're going to move right ahead. We're going to go to one of our sponsors from Indus Life Science, Dr. Dayanandan, VC. If I ruined your name, sir, forgive me. Now, you still have 5 minutes, even though we're ahead of the game. So I am strictly keeping you to your 5 minutes. Otherwise, as I said to the other panelists, you will be thrown overboard. Go right ahead for me. Thank you so much for being a sponsor for this program. We
Good
appreciate it.
afternoon, Dr. Green. By the way, I'm not a doctor. That's fine. Thanks very much for AGPJ and MAJ for this nice opportunity for this webinar. And from Indus Life Sciences, I'll try to stick within the 5 minutes. And being the inclement weather situation that is prevailing in our island, I thought let me just refresh a couple of our products that is meant for this season. One is for antihistamine that we have from Indus Life Sciences, which is you all familiar with this brand, I believe, which is fexofenadine from Indus, Fexil. We have 120, which is for mild to moderate running nose, all those allergic conditions. And in case of severe conditions, we have this 180, which basically is once a day a non-sedative antihistamine. And this brand, particularly Fexil, is the most affordable. Just to give an idea, the 120 will priced around $55 per pill, and 180 goes around $75 per pill. The nearest one is almost double the price. So we have another interesting products, which is our for chesty, wheezing, asthma. This is for productive cough. Basically, when there is a secretion and this, we have our wonderful cough expert, Viscofes, which is better by formula, better by results, better by economy. When I say that, sometimes we think, how it could be. Let me explain. Better by formula first. This is a unique combination of ambroxyl, salbutamol, guaifenesin. They work in synergy. The ambroxyl breaks the mucus, liquefies the sputum, thick secretion. Salbutamol opens the airways, guaifenesin expels it out. So break, open, expel. That's why better by formula. Better by results, I could say definitely. The ambroxyl has a unique mechanism of action. It has a surfactant action. Many of you may not even heard about that. Basically, surfactant means it reduces the surface tension of the lungs. As you could see in the screen, when the surface tension of the lungs is reduced, it expands. When it expands, as you could see the blue dots in the screen, they are the receptors available, and the receptors are available for any antibiotic that is co-prescribed with this drug, Viscofes. So the antibiotic action is also enhanced. That's why better by results. Better by economy, we all know that Viscofes is the cough expert which offers 2 milligrams salbutamol for each 5 mils. Most other brands, they offer 1 milligram for 5 mils. So when it is Viscofes, just 5 ml is enough for adult. 3 times a day. That means only 15 mils per day. So 100 ml will last for 7 days. So better by economy. That's why you said better by formula, better by results, better by economy. So this cough and cold season, please consider Viscofes for your patients. And for this brand, which you all been familiar with, for hyperacidity, gas, flatulence, the wonderful antacid, which is, even though you see in the screen as Jamaica, I request you to read as Caribbean, because I had opportunity to go around other Caribbean countries and not come across a brand which offers such a unique combination of alginic acid with regular acid neutralizing medications and also something for gas. The new gel is the only antacid which can stop acid reflux and heartburn. No other antacid has this alginic acid. As you could see in the screen, the alginic acid forms a foam known as a raft that stops the stomach content moving from stomach into the food pipe. So people have episodes of throwing up or GERD condition, and usually will be the only solution for them. And it has dimethicone, which relieves gas. And the highlighting point, it is safe in diabetes because it is sugar free, also safe in pregnancy or trimester. So it is also well understood as it is safe in pregnancy. Even children less than 12 years of age, if they have stomach upset, new gel can be considered for them. And we have extension of new gel, which is the alginate with the oxytocin combination, which relieves pain instantly, which is also known as 5 minutes miracle antacid. Again, this is a game changer antacid in Caribbean. And this one, what you could see in the screen, the new gel O is not recommended during pregnancy and also children less than 12 years. During pregnancy, new gel is better bet. Non-pregnant women, new gel O is very ideal because of stops GERD, neutralizes acidity, relieves gas, stops pain, all in one. That's how new gel O. We have it in sachets also.
That relieves heartburn. Overeat food and some good wine. Good thing New Gel antacid relief lasts longer than that late night snack. New Gel relieves acidity in as little as 5 minutes. Give me New Gel antacid. Quick and fast. New Gel antacid is sugar-free, safe for all, and the only antacid with liquid on-the-go sachets. New Gel antacid. Quick and fast. Relief that lasts.
Yeah, and the last brand I'm going to wind up with AminoPep. As the topic is more about burnout conditions, a lot of tips has been given how to handle the situation. From Indus, we have something that can help you out. It's a nice supplement which has all amino acids on it, with arginine, histidine, everything, with all vitamins. Definitely when you are stressed out, tired, something you need to revitalize yourself. This is the most comprehensive formula as far as supplements is concerned in Caribbean. Nothing can come close to that in terms of composition. The AminoPep, that's why I called the brand name also AminoPep, just to give a pep to your step. That's AminoPep. When you are in burn down condition, please remember to have a pep to your step with AminoPep. I'm not lying, just see the composition of many other brands. Nothing can come close to AminoPep. That's why I say this is the most comprehensive supplement. Right from kids to any age to adults, it can be considered. Thank you very much, and please enjoy the rest of the presentation. Good day.
Thank you very much for participating in this webinar from Indus. We'd like to proceed We're going to go on to our next speaker. It's really is a cruise, as I said. We're going straight on to Professor Marvin Reed, and he is the current president of the Medical Association of Jamaica. He is the Deputy Dean of the Research in the Faculty of Medical Sciences at UWI, and former president of the Jamaican CCFP chapter, as well as regional Caribbean College of Family Physicians. And as well, he was the North American representative for WONCA. And so he really brings invaluable insight into his topic. At this time, I expect to see his slides up. I'm not seeing it. But we're going to ask him to present on mid-career pressures, leadership, liability, and longevity. Professor Marvin Reed, looking forward to this presentation.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Chair, Pauline, and everyone. Certainly, I just want to take the opportunity at this point to thank the Association of General Practitioners Jamaica and MAJ Foundation for hosting such a timely conference. Just listening to Peter explaining the genesis of this conference is indeed heartwarming, and we do hope that other associations will take the lead. We'll discuss some of that some more in the data that we have in that session. Today, I've been asked to discuss the whole concept of mid-career pressures, leadership, liability, and longevity. With your permission, Chair, I'm going to close my video just to ensure that the bandwidth is okay. And I do apologize beforehand if you hear some cock crowing in the background. All right, good. So colleagues and friends, as I said, we have been asked to discuss this topic of what do we mean by mid-career pressures, leadership, liability, and longevity. I'm going to frame my talk this evening around four main objectives. And the good thing is that we will be finished long before the 45 minutes, and hopefully we can engage in some discussion. So initially, I will describe the pressures at the mid-career mark as commonly described in the literature, and from my own personal experience as well. How we move from the transitioning from individual contributor to a system influencer. Liability, focusing on the complexity of the various peaks, and share with you, some of which has already been shared through previous speakers, some of the attributes of longevity. I'm sorry. So, as described by Dr. Earl, the career path for physicians, in broadly speaking, is that you start as a medical student. Within the Caribbean, a medical student training period may vary from as short as 4 years to as much as 6 years. And here you get your foundational education. You then move to your internship. And in most regions, most countries in the Caribbean, it's typically a year. And you rotate through 4 key specialties many times. In the Jamaican context, many of us will move on to become senior house officers. And that may vary from 1 to 3 years generally. And then one may then get accepted into a residency program, and you do your advanced residency training. And at the conclusion of that, you become a consultant. So this graph depicts career path primarily in a linear yearly manner. But we recognize that many of us may not necessarily follow a straight line. We may choose and deviate accordingly, depending on our own personal circumstances. So I was asked to look at mid-career stage. And the truth be told is that I was not able to find any data on practice duration in Jamaica that I could make, that I'll be confident is a reliable estimate of what the range and the median duration of practice is. I suspect that's one of the things that I'll probably work with MCJ for us to publish. But I would guesstimate, because many of us enter medical school from high school, and if we take the average expectancy within Jamaica, that our median practice period may represent somewhere in the region of about 30 years or so. I'd probably put it about 20 to 30 years, thereabout. However, for the discussion today, based on the questionnaire that we had distributed prior to the CME event, we're using a definition of 11 to 25 years post-medical school graduation to define our mixed career stage. So at this stage, there are a couple of things that we know are likely to be typical. One is that we know that we are likely to have completed our specialization training. And this relates to whether or not we opt to do a 4-year specialization program, like the family medicine program, or a 7-year specialization program if you do one of the surgical specialties. And so there are a couple pillars, or a couple challenges, or a couple issues that will arise during this period. And I've listed them on the slide. Here in the bottom row, you have work, which is a significant component of your daily activities. Family, because we're a societal being, we need a family. Societal engagement, some of us may be members of things like churches, service clubs, and other organizations. Some of us may enter into politics. So whatever those societal engagements are, they're going to be there. But most important is really going to be your own person, things that you wish to do, what you aspire to do, things that bring you happiness and fulfillment. So those are the 4 key drivers at this phase of your life. So if we take work in account, oftentimes we have what has been described in the literature as the so-called mid-career paradox. So from a physician perspective, because many of us would have completed some form of specialization, or even if we have not, the years of experience in terms of practice generally means, and our relative youth generally means that at the clinical perspective or clinical intuition is generally at peak. Because we've spent so many years of our career being prepared to be a physician or a clinician, we're usually very well prepared to that specific task or that specific sets of activities. Generally, at this phase as well, the work pressures tend to be quite high. In addition to your clinical work, you may be required, depending on your place of practice, to be involved in other activities around work. So you may have leadership roles, and oftentimes many of us are not formally trained to assume these leadership roles. The other option, or the other issues that tend to occur at this time, is that you may be subject to what is called voluntool, which are roles that are assigned, roles, responsibilities, workflow processes that you are assigned under the guise of volunteering. So we all, I'm sure, are very appreciative of this, because many times the boss or the CMOs or the SMOs or your consultant or fellow consultant may volunteer you for a particular role. And you end up having to add that to your menu of activities that you're doing. For those of us who are in academia, those of us affiliated to the medical school as either associate lecturers or adjunct lecturers, or those of us who are working in practice or a hospital setting where you have other healthcare providers that you're required to teach as part of your teaching responsibility. This is something that you have to do. The issues for many of us, though, is that many of us are not formally taught in the principles of pedagogy. And so we often teach more out of what we call winging it rather than adopting educational tools and principles. Then you have administrative work. Some of us, by the time may have been part of a practice, own our own practice. Many of us may be middle-level consultants at the hospitals or the health centers, and you will have administrative responsibility. A lot of times we're often unprepared for administrative responsibilities, mainly because the curricula that we pursue through to that time often does not prepare many of us or does not sufficiently allocate enough time to train on managerial principles. For those of us who are at certain positions, for example, at the university, you would have academia or research as an important component of the things that you're required to do for career advancement. And many of us are not formally trained in the rigors of research that you really need to be able to function as an independent academic. Then you have personal issues. Some of us may have aging parents, our parents are alive. Some of us may have family, so that may range from very young children, in which case you have the issues related to caring for the very young, or you may have teenage children and the issues related to the teenager trying to become relatively independent, so straddling that gap between childhood and young adulthood. Then during the financial period, again, that's your peak earning years. And so most of us in that phase of our life are in an acquisition mode where we're trying to acquire wealth, whether this be through the acquisition of properties, of businesses, investments in other areas. And because our age is moving then, many of us would be in our late 30s, early 40s, early 50s, we recognize at that phase that retirement is not really a theoretical concept. So, the insurance agent and many people may have been coming, trying to encourage you to do some retirement planning. And, for us, depending on how early they approach us, we may think, oh, it's just a theoretical issue, not a real practical stuff. But then in mid-career, oftentimes the realization hits us that it's really not a theoretical concept. So what are some of the consequences of having all of these issues at work? Some of them relate to, some of us may feel a lack of purpose or sometimes feel it undervalued because people just keep shunting work to us because they may feel like we're not working too much. The risk of burnout is real. The loss of passion, why am I doing all of this? The midlife malaise, is this all there is to life? Is work all that we come here to do? And so the issue then is that if you go back to my previous slide, not the previous one, the one before that, where we look at some of the additional roles that as physicians you're required to do at this particular phase, one of the roles that I highlighted was that of leadership. So leadership is distinct from managing, right? So many physicians are expected to lead, because we're told that from medical schools that we're the head of the health team. And so we're expected to lead. But the truth be told is that many of us end up settling just as managers. And so this slide really is supposed to demonstrate some of the key differences between leadership. Leadership really requires your ability to motivate, to create a vision, and to encourage and bring everybody towards the achievement of that vision. So at the end of the day, a good leader always effects some degree of transformation. As managers, we manage the day-to-day operations of an establishment or an entity or a team. We organize, supervise work. We ensure that whatever the short-term goals are achieved so that we can get our long-term objectives. And so many of us really engage at that level. And the truth be told is that although we're expected to lead, we often end up being just purely managers rather than leaders. So what are some of the skills that are required for effective leadership? So some of these skills are listed here. I've really just listed about 7. So clearly, some degree of emotional and social intelligence, which requires at the onset some degree of self-awareness, the ability to make decisions and solve problems, to be visionary, to have some degree or to be able to implement or execute what we call strategic thinking. Thinking ahead, making sure that whatever it is that your area it is, you're seeing the future and not necessarily the present. Al spoke a lot about ethics and integrity, so I won't spend any time there. But an important component of leadership, equally important, is the empowerment, and I put empowerment first, and the delegation. Because the truth be told, you cannot do everything that is required in any particular scenario. And so the ability to delegate is something that is key. But you also want to inspire confidence. You want to inspire your followers to be able to achieve their objectives. And so the ability to empower individuals is a key attribute of effective leadership. Conflict resolution and management, especially within the context, the Jamaican context, where we recognize that there's a lot of interpersonal violence for many reasons, and I will spend my time going through that. But the truth be told is that one of the things about being a leader is how it is that you manage conflict resolution. In my own experience, the key attributes here in conflict resolution is really to be fair. If it is that your colleagues and your reports believe that you're fair in both your comments and your actions, oftentimes then you're able to resolve in a very efficient and timely manner many conflicts. Clearly, you need to be adaptable and you must possess some degree of resilience. So there's sort of a theory or school of thought that leadership is innate and that what you really do is teach management. I think the field has come to the point, and even in my own personal experience, I've come to the point to recognize that leadership can be taught. There are some aspects of leadership that can be taught, and every leader has the capacity to actually improve. So how is that possible? Well, one of the things that has happened to me throughout my life is that on the occasions where I've been asked to assume what I consider to be not incremental, but significant or assume significant leadership roles, I've actually benefited from periods of coaching from a leadership coach. And that's something that I would actually recommend to many colleagues. The fact of the matter that once it is that you reach middle to senior management, you really need to engage a coach. Just like any sporting activity that you can think about, whether any sport at all that you can think about, you do much better if it is that you have a coach rather than if it is that you're trying to do all of this by yourself. Al mentioned it as well in his presentation, the value of a mentor, the value of someone who you can just bounce things off. So both a coach and or a mentor are key resource persons that you're really going to need if it is that you want to become an effective leader. So remember, many of us are in terms of our clinical training, from the bedside. Now you're moving from the bedside more often to what we call the boardroom. So in this shift, you're transitioning from being an individual person within the system to being someone capable or in a position to influence the system. So remember, when you are just starting out, anything that was going wrong, you'd always blame the bosses or the consultants, eh? But now you're now the consultant. So the question then becomes, what is going to be your influence on the system? You can't be like the barking dog who's running after the car wheel, because once the car stops, a decision has to be made, right? And you don't want to be in that position. You want to be able to say, okay, now that I have extra responsibility, extra pause, how am I going to influence the system for good? There's some challenges depending on how it is that you move through the system. You may end up having to manage individuals who are at your level, who are your former peers. And so the friend to boss dynamic is something that has to be thought through and has to be agreed upon with your peers, how it is that this dynamic would unfold. And so other issues or other challenges which may arise because of your ascension to these leadership roles is the whole concept of conflict resolution, vis-a-vis what we call clinical resolution. And so how do you manage or disentangle the what we consider to be the clinical issues, which are usually very easy ones to resolve, vis-a-vis the personality issues? Many times as a middle manager, you're taught or you're caught between the patient and the system. And so the question then becomes, especially for my junior doctor colleagues who are in the hospital and are at the consultant level, how do they balance the issues of things that they're seeing in the system that is to the detriment of the patient, but can be improved? Right? And so trying to balance this administrative bloat versus patient advocacy is something that will crop up at that particular level. But I leave the audience with this particular insight, which is a couple of things that emerge from some of my leadership training. Essentially, the point I'm trying to make in the last 20 minutes or so is that leadership is a skill set that requires as much training as any clinical fellowship or any clinical training. Ideally, one should try not to wing it, but get the appropriate or acquire the appropriate skill set. Strong leadership isn't having all the answers. It's really having the courage to ask the right questions and the humility to listen to what actually comes back. Leadership is actually lonely. It's a very lonely thing, because the idea here is that it is not a popularity contest. As far as I'm aware, there is one profession for which popularity is a key metric by which you're judged, and that is if you're a politician, right? So you need to get the popular votes in order to win most times. So it tends to be relatively lonely. It tends to tax you emotionally. And because you're required to make decisions, many decisions in short frames of time, you may get fatigued, what we call decision fatigue. Similarly, as you move through the ranks, one of the issues that we often encounter is this whole concept of what we call the meeting trap. And how do you manage your time to ensure that you can go through the day effectively? Other workloads that we mentioned that as a physician, you may be tasked with that are non-clinical, involve teaching, administrative, and research. And I'll just say here that for each of these activities, my recommendation is that you get formal training in them, or have a good mentor to help you be able to become more competent within these particular areas. So I turn to the next topic of my presentation, which is this liability. You had a discussion earlier about liability and risk management. But one of the things that you should recognize as well is that your risk will increases at mid-career levels. This is often because you're seeing higher number of patients. So if you're in a GP practice and you're in multiple GPs, the fact that you're a little bit more senior tends to mean that you have more clinical acumen, and you will just tend to go through the patients a lot faster than your junior colleagues. So that's expected. However, just by seeing more patients increases the statistical possibility that you may actually be at higher risk. You will tend to get the more complex cases. So if you're a consultant or senior resident or the senior GP on staff, the more complex cases are the ones that people will defer to you. And so, again, that will increase your risk. You'd also be in a supervisor role in which you're either responsible for residents, fellows, and other practice providers in this hierarchical health system that we have. So these are things that will increase your risk. And of course, things that you do, such as your own records that you keep of your patients, especially now as we become more digitalized, will tend to want to increase the risk at this career juncture. So how do you minimize or mitigate the risk at this juncture? Well, for every physician, documentation is the best form of defense. So in the clinical trials, we say if it is not written, it is not done. And similarly, when we see our patients, interact with our patients, we need to ensure that we have the appropriate documentations, or else we will not have good defense mechanisms. You're going to be required to supervise many other colleagues in the discipline. And so the important things is early to have a conversation about what the guardrails would be. What sort of patients would you allow them to independently make? What sort of things that you'd want to come to your attention? Because typically when patients sue, they're going to go for the person or establishment or the entity that they think have the most money. So the task between suing somebody who's relatively senior and suing somebody who's relatively junior, they will aim for the one who they think have the most money, which is going to be the senior colleague. The whole issue of trust was mentioned again by Al, and so this will help reduce your patient-physician encounters in case there's a libel from that interaction. And we have heard that mentioned already, so I'm not going to go into much details of that. And importantly, it's important for all of us to ensure, as part of our risk management approaches, to ensure that we are appropriately covered through medical indemnity insurance policies. So we heard from our colleagues at MPS, and those of us in Jamaica will know that we also have MAJ to help reduce some of those risks. So I'm now going to turn my attention to how it is that you can have a long, successful career. So having a long, successful career is actually more than avoiding burnout. We heard Dr. Earl describing some of the issues and strategies that we can do, the risk factors associated with burnout. So I won't do that. We have this whole concept of physical longevity. Some of us will live reasonably long. Some of us will get to the 70. And so we have physical longevity. And what are some of the areas or some of the things that we can do to try and increase that probability or possibility? Well, one, having a healthy lifestyle. So eat right, exercise, avoid alcohol, avoid smoking. Aldis will tell you all about the smoking, but the truth be told, we should practice a healthy lifestyle. Despite that, because we know that diseases is an interaction between your genetic makeup, the expression of those genes, and your environment, we will become affected or afflicted by some disease process, all right? Now, the idea here, and many of our colleagues, we often joke about it, that physicians are the worst patients possible. We should try as much as possible to be model patients, all right? Follow your doctor's advice. Cognitive longevity, you need to have a strategy for staying current. So we know that medical council has mandated that you need to have certain numbers of CMEs within your own specialty and how you practice. You have to have your own strategy as how it is that you want to remain current in the particular literature. And the other thing is psychological longevity. Each of us need to develop an identity outside of being a doctor. All right? Because when you no longer are a doctor, because you can't practice for whatever reason, you need to ensure that you maintain your sanity. And one way to maintain your psychological sanity is to have an identity outside of that DR. So I'm coming to the last aspect now, which is the financial and professional sustainability. So one of the things we have to be sure of is to ensure that we're not handcuffed, the so-called golden handcuffs. So don't take out 2 and 3 houses because you just want to have to do that. Because one of the things that you have to try and ensure is that you're not forced to work because you have to work, because you have all of these obligations that you have to maintain. One has to try and achieve some degree of balance. Diversification is also important. So for example, in my own case, not only do I teach, but I also do some consulting work in addition to my GP work. And for me, having that diversity prevents me from being bored and prevents me from doing the same monotonous thing. Your health is your greatest wealth. So you need to prioritize your own screening. And very importantly, you need to make sure that you get adequate sleep. Within that context, we also need to ensure that you have health insurance. That's an important component of your well-being. As Al will tell you, one of the greatest challenges we have from MAJ and MAJ through MAJ's foundation is doctors who come upon financial difficulties because of an illness. So it's important that you try and ensure that you take out health insurance. And equivalent to number 1 is that you must have good work-life balance. You must make time for your hobbies, whether it be gardening, cooking, playing with the dogs, whatever it is, you must make time for some hobbies. Audit your time. One of the things that my mentor always tells me, if you spend more than 30% of your time on tasks you hate, then it's time to change. Always seek mentorship, not because you're mid-career or like me, I'm 62, I still have my mentors. You need them just as well. The purpose for which you need them may change, and what you may ask them may change, but you still need them. And boundary setting. I tell my patients, yes, I'm giving them my cell number, but it doesn't mean that I'm going to answer them every time they call. All right? But if I don't answer you, rest assured at some point in time, I'll get around to returning your call. You have to set boundaries. All right? And how you go about it and what those boundaries are really up to you. So finally, Pauline, I'm at my last slide and I'm within time. My conclusion, mid-career is not just a bridge to retirement. It is the era of your greatest impact. And colleagues, with that, I close.
Thank you so much, Prof. Marvin. I was gathering a few sailors around me to see if I needed to throw you overboard, but they held me back. We are so glad for your presentation, which was very comprehensive, and you only have time for 1 question, so I'm not even going to give you the question. Sam, are there Q&As there?
A couple of Q&A questions. It's from the questions are from the same person. Prof. Reed, could you give an example of how you have been able to manage situations where you see that patients are being disadvantaged?
All right, so there are 2 ways of doing that. You can remove it from yourself and focus it through the associations. And we do that many times. So we'll get a report from a colleague, and therefore it then comes as if it is coming from the association rather than from you, especially if you're in the public health system, because, you have secrecy laws and all kind of stuff. So the easiest way to do that is to alert your association, these are my concerns, and we'll take it up on your behalf.
Thank you, Prof. That's what you have an association for. One more question.
I've noted that ill patients in Jamaica are asked to go to purchase items for medical use at the hospital whilst they are physically in the hospital. And this can cause delays if there is no one to support them. Can this process not be changed so that the hospital's courier collect these medical items from the business having seen that the patient has paid for them? Is there a patient advocate system where that can assist?
So the short answer is that's something I think that can be worked through with the respective CMOs or the leadership to understand what the challenges are or the barriers to prevent such a system from happening, and we'll work through it. So one of the key things, managers or middle managers or even senior folks, your job is to help solve problems. If the issue arises, there's a solution to it.
Thank you. And that last question really manifests some of the things you said, the pressures that mid-career doctors. You should have given this talk 20 years ago for me. All right. We really want to thank you, Prof. Marvin. Excellent. And you'll get a chance to elaborate some more further on in the panel discussion and the presentation of the data. So we're going to move right along. We're cruising. We've picked up speed. We're on time. And we have Mr. Antonio Spence, who is a graduate of Calabar High School, has his BA and MBA. So he is going to be really very important, as Prof. Marvin and others have highlighted. He's the head of the NCB Insurance Agency and Fund Managers Limited, the NCBIA. And he has a wealth of experience in the fields of insurance, pensions, banking, and investment advisory. Who better to speak on our topic, preparing for retirement without financial or professional shock? Mr. Spence, I should have met you 5 years ago. Go right, or is it 50 years ago? Go ahead for me, please. Thank you. So, Prof. Marvin will stop sharing and we'll see Mr. Spence going now.
Yes. So thank you so very much, Dr. Reed. And just want to, say thank you to the Association of General Practitioners and MAJ for affording us this opportunity to engage. I have with me as well, if you can see up, Ms. Julian Nicholson. She is account exec with Guardian Life. So this is an awesome opportunity, and I was really quite pleased to be offered the opportunity to engage on a topic that is very, very near and dear to my heart. So I want us to imagine firstly, I like to paint pictures before we get into things. So imagine for a minute that you can't practice medicine for whatever the reason, whether you're ill, you're at a point where it is that based on age, it may not be practical, etc. And you have served meritoriously for 20, 30, 40 years, right? And you would have given blood, sweat, and tears to the profession that you love and that you have been passionate about. And when it comes to that point where it is that you are needing to leave the profession for whatever the reason, you face financial difficulty, you face hardships, and you ask yourself the question, how on earth am I going to, one, manage, and two, I have lived a life that I have become accustomed to for the last 20 or 25 years. So, how do I transition properly? How do I make that work? How do I take care of the bills? You may have a mortgage still at the time. You may have your health obligations. You'll have financial obligations of all sorts. And so sometimes in the pursuit of your day-to-day and year-by-year passions, this item tends to get forgotten in some cases. In other cases, not effectively assessed or understood, because many of us have kind of like a slow motion ticking time bomb that we're not quite aware that we have until we almost at the point of being there. And so that planning is now absolutely critical. So I want to, if you'll allow me to share, I want to look at exactly that. So if you had to stop practicing today, how do you maintain this lifestyle for which you have become accustomed? How do you handle the transition?
Please go ahead
Please
and
let me
share.
know.
You
So,
can
sorry.
share.
Okay, one sec. Are we seeing it or not yet? Or have I done something incorrect?
Not seeing it yet.
Not seeing it yet?
Clicked on share screen.
Yeah.
And it popped up, and then there's a blue button that says share at the bottom.
Are we there now? I think we're there
Yes,
now.
we are. Here we are.
Okay,
Here we are.
fantastic. Thank you.
No problem.
So the question then becomes, if you stopped practicing tomorrow, how could you maintain that lifestyle and for how long? Which is a key part of the retirement planning matrix and thought process. So today we want to look at securing your future beyond the stethoscope, beyond the medical practice. Now, by show of hands, how many of us actually feel like we're ready for retirement? And I don't mean ready in terms of, boy, I'm ready to go. I mean financially. How many of us feel confident that that is the case? Quick show of hands. All right, not seeing. Okay, I seeing a few hands go up. So studies indicate that about 70% of physicians, medical professionals actually feel unprepared for retirement. And that comes because there is lack of clarity around what it is going to take to be able to effectively retire. Now, it's important to remember that high income does not necessarily translate to wealth. And if it is that one isn't understanding the requirement in retirement, then you aren't quite sure if you're calibrated sufficiently around being sufficiently prepared. And when you throw in the fact that expenses tend to rise as you get older and you develop health issues, it is important to be able to understand exactly what that would take. Now, today, we're going to touch on a few financial concepts connected to. So, one of those is the importance of returns and the importance of time in the matrix. And so, we'll look at what we call but we'll look at the effect of compounding. So, in order to build wealth and to have sufficient in retirement, you're going to need to enjoy the effect of compounding. And compounding, there is a wealth creating formula around that build up. And so we want to kind of take it there. So of course, quick note from Albert Einstein, compound interest, eighth wonder of the world. And we're going to see how that plays out today in a real way, connecting back to retirement planning. So for academic purposes and for practical purposes, the wealth creating formula is FV equals PV and in bracket 1 plus R to the T. So the value of whatever it is that you have essentially is determined by where you start today, the rate that you enjoy on what it is that you have, and time. Of course, there's an application as well for taxes. Now, the three key components, therefore, in that equation, rate, time, taxes. And the effect, just to kind of demonstrate the impact to you. So we're looking at here, for example, the behavior of a fund over time. And where it is that there was a 1% difference in return, a fund over a 40-year period, which is where you end up with compounding. So 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. So the longer a thing is kept under a particular set of circumstances, then the impact of compounding causes what we call like a hockey puck. So you'll start like this, and then as you get further and further out into time, the returns start to climb progressively higher and higher because you would have enjoyed the benefit of that time. Now, if you were to look at the difference, a 1% difference remember in this case, we're talking about a fund. I'm not saying somebody has $1 billion, right? But a $1 billion fund will have moved over 40 years to 75 billion on an 11.4% rate of return versus a 10.4% rate of return over the same time. And it just kind of shows you how important it is to pay attention to the returns that you enjoy on your investments or your portfolio. And similarly, if you were to take just 1% less, you would have they would have had to deal with returns that would have been more than 50% less than what they would have had over the same 40-year period. So this shows the importance of rate of return. Now here we show the impact of time. And this, of course, is a key component for retirement planning too. So you may have someone, for example, who has one pot of money and they've decided to start at, say, 25, right? And the impact of that over time is expressed here. So in this case, this fund started at year 0 and went full 40 years. So they're at 75 billion. Scenario 2 shows the fund starting 10 years later, and the drop off is precipitous. So you're looking at about a third of value given up by virtue of the delay. And as the delay gets longer and longer, the impact is even more stark. So when you get down to 10 years, you're now looking at, instead of 75 billion, you're looking at 2.9 billion. And I mean, for retirement planning, it just goes to show it is critical to do it early so that you can enjoy the benefit of the joy that the joy that time provides. Taxes, of course, is also another important component, and this will be a little bit more critical for you when you're looking at the vehicle that you're using to be able to do your retirement planning. And we'll talk a little bit about that quickly later. So another key concept, just to make sure that in your investing, it is important to have a kind of sound intellectual framework so that when you're making your decisions, you're making it based on that framework, and that as things change, which they invariably do, because you have that framework, it'll prevent you from kind of making decisions, kind of all over the place. So a good example is you've bought, say, for example, shares, and you've bought a fantastic business. The business is fantastic, but you have a spike or a drop because of some exogenous variable. The business itself is fundamentally strong. So if you have invested along the lines of, hey, this is a good business with good, strong long-term prospects, you really shouldn't be derailed by difference in the speculative value of an item. You do it fundamentally. And similarly, if it is that and that's the negative view, if you're looking at it from the other perspective where it is that you may have bought into a business and speculatively the view is super, super positive, but you understand that that business may well be at the point of decline, you also need to exit. So, I mean, that's kind of what we're talking about. Strong, sound intellectual framework to allow you to make your decisions in a way that does not allow for your emotions to either allow you to take the halo or horn effect. And then, of course, to stick to that over time to ensure that you enjoy strong benefits. So let's look at where you could be today, right? So many of us may find ourselves in this situation. Mid-40s, really successful practice, good annual income, living in a nice, community, etc., nice kids, nice car, and so on. But when we look at, the nature of our obligations, our loans, what we have built up in terms of our investments, etc., we have practice overheads, and we don't have a structured approach to our retirement planning, and we don't know how much is needed for that retirement, it then becomes difficult to say that we really are properly prepared. Now, the fact that this may currently be our reality is something that we can do something about. So for the purposes of retirement planning, what you ideally want to do is to create a mountain of assets sufficient to be able to provide returns and this is just fundamentally, irrespective of the approach that you take, you want to make sure that you have a buildup of assets big enough to be able to provide flows to allow you to be able to meet your obligation. So let me use a very, very crude example. Let's say we're looking at someone enjoying an income of $10 million per annum. And let's say, typical returns maybe 5%, for example. In order for that person, and let us say that's the income that they would have retired at, in order for that person to have the kind of continuity of income, he or she would have had to, have had a buildup of assets that would be in the order of about 200 million to be able to be throwing off, assuming a return of 5% on those assets, to be able to support a $10 million per annum level of replacement. So, very crude example, but very, very on point in terms of exactly what it will take. And this assumes just current position. You typically will have to make a buffer because, again, when you think about things like your cost of healthcare, etc., that tends to rise over time as you get older, you're going to have to build in some buffers. So that gives you a sense of where it is that you need to kind of be. And I'm sure you're fantastic at the math. So you'll also be able to kind of compute where it is that you need to be on the personal front. Let's continue. So here are some things that you want to make sure from a self-assessment perspective that you're doing. You want to make sure, one, you understand what your I don't want to say exact retirement numbers, but projected retirement numbers could be. Two, you want to look at ensuring that as a habit, you are saving and subsequently investing 15% or more of your income. Three, you want to make sure that in the event of any issues outside of that you can go 6 months or a year and you have sufficient built up in, let's say, for example, an emergency fund to be able to, allow some time for transition, some time for dealing with health-based issues if those arise in your career, etc. And of course, to have that fully drafted out as part of a financial plan. Now, I represent NCB Financial Group, which is owner of the National Commercial Bank, Guardian Holdings, etc. And by virtue of the services that we provide, we're able to cover a broad range to support you toward that end. Everything from loans, deposits, life insurance, general insurance, pensions, specifically pensions in this case will be sort of our circling point, right? But essentially, we're able to provide every single possible financial tool that you'll need to be able to make that. And of course, we would have just recently launched our Pension Center of Excellence, which combines the investing power of NCB Capital Markets, Guardian Group, NCB Insurance Agency, which, all together with the NCB Financial Group manages over 2 trillion in assets, been best pension fund manager for 13 of the last 15 years. We know what we're doing. Now, let's look a little bit about, the assets that you will need in terms of your retirement planning. Now, one of the things that we'll be able to help you with here is for those persons who are not a part of an approved pension arrangement, we can get an approved retirement scheme set up with you. So again, I mentioned Julianne is on call, so subsequent, and I'll share her number with you as we get towards the end of the presentation. You can connect with her. Now, you want to do this because there are some tax benefits that are available to you by virtue of the approved retirement scheme structure. So those contributions that you make from time to time, those are tax deductible. So when you're applying your statutories, your taxes, that gets deducted before the taxes are applied. So rough and dirty example, let's say you earn $20 million for the year. Without the presence of an approved scheme, you'll have the tax, the PAYE limit, which is fine. But beyond that, you'd be taxed at full 25 or 30% provided that you're over 10 million, etc. On the difference. by having an approved retirement scheme in, and let us say, for example, given that you're able to do anything from 5% of gross earnings up to 20% of gross earnings, you're going to have that full amount be deductible. So if, let's say, for example, I like big numbers, so forgive me. Let's say we're looking at 4 million on a $20 million salary. It's 20 million minus 4 million. So it's a 16 million against which again, rough and dirty, 16 million against which the taxes are applied versus 20 million, rough and dirty. So the tax benefit is a significant one because essentially what you're doing is you're converting your tax dollars into your own retirement dollars, right? And the closer you are to retirement, the more important it is that you maximize that particular tax benefit. Okay, good. So that's the approved retirement scheme. And in this case, we're talking about the Guardian approved retirement scheme. Two, you want to make sure that you have investments in real estate and invest appropriately. So I'm not talking about going and do willy-nilly. Have a look at the property, look at what it is that let's say, for example, if you're looking at something for rental, whether it be short or long, take a look at the asset that you're buying, take a look at the returns, and take a look at what it is that you're getting in terms of that rental relative to the lending facility that you have. Take a look at the maintenance obligations, the insurance obligations, etc. Real estate is typically an excellent storehouse of value. And you also want to look outside of just residential. So if you have the opportunity, for example, to purchase a nice piece of commercial property that you believe has good value, fantastic choice. Yes. But again, fantastic choice provided you know your numbers, right? Equities. Now, I'm a huge proponent of individuals buying shares or buying into businesses. And this is not restricted to Jamaica. I mean, I believe that you should extend, your reach and scope. So you can do those in Jamaica, and you should also look outside. There are opportunities both inside and outside of the country. Don't be limited. Again, because we're NCB, we have the ability to be able to connect you in every possible way, right? Now, equity buying is pretty important. Typically, when it is that you're looking at the return curves for every possible asset class that you can imagine, over the long term, so if you're to look back 50 years, 100 years, you'll realize that equities tends to outperform every single other asset class, full stop. Now, your approach on the equity side, now recall that I'd shared a philosophy earlier around a particular framework. So you want to have a framework for your decision making, and then you stick to that framework irrespective of how your emotions kind of takes you. There's an excellent example that our chairman shares with us from time to time around Berkshire Hathaway shares. And if you had bought Berkshire Hathaway shares back when it originally IPO'd, and if you felt that that business was a good long-term business and you really wanted it for that good long-term, you'd perhaps still be holding Berkshire Hathaway shares. If you had not had a long-term view of that business and felt that that business was not a good long-term business, or you invested based on where you felt the share price was over a particular time, or if there was a war happening here, or if there was a recession happening here, you'd have sort of gone out because emotionally it would have been too difficult, and maybe you might have seen the share price move down 10, 15, 20%. The emotions tend to operate like that, and they tend to operate like that most during like down spikes, but the up spikes are pretty close, right? Now, if your perspective was, I have bought a business that is a good long-term business that I want to hold and own because it's a good business, then the relative value shared on an exchange does not matter as much, right? What matters is the fact that you own the business, and you likely will also want to own more of the business if it's a good long-term business. That's really how you would do it, right? Again, if your perspective changes and you don't view the business as a good long-term business, then quite fine to exit. But that approach with that philosophy is important to be able to driving long-term growth. Now, if you had held those shares over time, you perhaps would have moved from, one share being worth $10,000 to one share being worth, six, seven, 800,000 US dollars. Again, significant growth. You also want, as part of your retirement planning toolkit, very strong life and health insurance, right? You want to make sure that in the event that you have an issue that you're required to get medical treatment for, and maybe will require significant sums, you want to make sure that you have that protection going. You don't want to self-insure because you know more than anyone else what the cost of healthcare can look like and can get to, especially for things that are of a critical and serious nature. So you want to make sure that you have those mitigants in place and that you upgrade over time as you move along. Word to the wise, the younger you are, you want to make sure that you kind of take as much coverage as you can as well too, because you'll find that the older you get, that coverage, right, the cost of coverage rises as the risk around the life and the health also rises. The life insurance component is also pretty significant. So while you're going through this wealth creating phase, many of us also have big obligations, so mortgages, loans, etc., etc. We also have kids. We have grandkids, we have wives, husbands, spouses, and all the other categories that exist. In some cases, you may, if it is that you don't have sufficient or you don't have cover, say for example, you have an amount that you have borrowed from a financial institution and you don't have life insurance on that facility, and you die. um, let's face it, the financial institution is going to move to recover. What you want is to make sure that you have a life structure sufficient to be able to pay out that arrangement to allow the asset to be able to transition to your the desired beneficiaries. And I want to stick a plug in as well here for the attorneys. Do make sure that you have a will, please. Jamaica is replete with examples of individuals who have built enormous storehouses of wealth, enormous assets. And that last step around leaving things in intestacy is just a crime because it breaks families. It causes the desired beneficiaries to have to jump through legal hoops that is painful to see. And so as you go through that accrual, make sure that you do that because that's also part of transitioning those assets to the people that you love. Make sure that you have an emergency fund set up. You have as well your businesses that you're looking at. You want to also make sure that one second, you also want to make sure, let me slide back up, please. You want to make sure that you have, transition plans being worked through to make sure that happens. One sec, let me just take this over to the side. Right. Fixed income and bonds, of course, those provide stable returns for you. So typically as a portion of your portfolio, you want to have some of that invested. What you'll find is as you get progressively closer and closer to retirement, so let's say you're further away from retirement, you're going to want more real estate investments, more equities in that portfolio. As you're getting into 3 years, 2 years, within 5 years of retirement, you may want to transition some of those assets that are maybe less liquid into assets that provide a more structured fixed rate of return. And I'm not talking about no 30-day and 90-day business. I'm talking about 10-year, 15-year bonds that are able to where you'll be able to get that flow going into a fairly long time because with average life expectancy in mid 70s, you're going to need to be able to make sure that happens, right? If you're in fantastic health and you have longevity, you may be looking at 80s and 90s. So you'll need to make sure that for a portion of what you have that consistency of return over time. And of course, look for opportunities for international funds, commodities, etc., etc. We touched on this a little bit before, so I just wanna reiterate this point. You wanna make sure that you're founded and grounded with an approved retirement scheme. Now, through the Guardian approved retirement scheme, you are eligible to be a member between ages 18 and 69, provided you're not contributing to another approved plan. So you may say, for example, have been a part of an approved arrangement that could be a group sponsored pension arrangement, so a company pension plan, but you may have exited that arrangement and now doing something for yourself. You're eligible to be a part of that. If it is that you are self-employed, you are part of a small, medium-sized enterprise. If you had terminated your membership in a previous plan, you're eligible to be a part. Now, the law allows you to be able to contribute up to 20% of annual salary, as we mentioned before, or income, and it is tax deductible. So this is very, very tax friendly, folks. You want to maximize, you want to make sure that you do this. Now, the accrual on your approved retirement scheme is also tax-free. So you're benefiting from not just the returns, but those returns in a tax-advantaged way. And of course, you will remember that what we had shared before. So by virtue of taking this particular structured path, you will have a key component set in. Dr. Williams, how am I on time? I just want to check quickly. Not hearing you.
1 minute and 90
1
seconds.
minute left. Okay, so folks, let me just go run very, very, very quickly here. So remember we spoke about the effect of compounding and the effect of time. So I took a very, very quick little synopsis just so I could whet the appetite a little for you. So we have a 45-year-old here earning 15 million, whose salary is expected to grow, income is expected to grow by 5% per year. And we're looking at an investment return of 8%. We're doing more than 8%, but just to whet your appetite a little bit, right? And we have four scenarios here that we're looking at. We're looking at somebody who went and did that over 15 years, somebody who did that over 20 years, and somebody who did that over 25 years. So 15 years is at 60, 20 years is at 65, and 25 years is at 70. And you can see what those accruals will mean over time. One will be done at 10% per year, so 10% of annual income, another at 15% of annual income, a third at 20, and another at 25. And you can see how impactful it is for getting the amount of time that you need and also being able to contribute at a level that is appropriate to give you the desired rates of return that you're looking for. So I want to say, folks, start now. We had a whole ton of other things that we wanted to talk to you about, but the time is short. So that said, I just want to remind you, we do have Julian Nicholson, who I want to share her number and her email address with you on. She's at 579-2185. She can be reached at julian.nicholson@myguardiangroup.com. My name is Antonio Spence. My cell is 469-1985. If you're somebody in the audience and you have known me for the last 20 years, which is highly likely, you will know that that number has not changed in 20 years. And so we do look forward to taking care of you. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. And Julian, welcome as well.
Thank you.
That
Dr.
was so good. Are there any, people are saying you need more time, but I can't give you. Are there any questions, Sam? If not, I'll let you do the 8 traps because that grabbed my eye. But are there questions? That takes priority.
There are a few questions. Thanks for the presentation.
Let's do the questions.
The first question is, what investment instrument gives 10% per annum?
So there you have different types of instruments that do that. You have some bonds that do that, for example. You may have, if you look at the return on various exchanges, you will find that if you look at maybe like the last 10, 12 years, you may see returns on some exchanges to be 15, 16, 17%, for example, and subsets of that. You'll have some elements of real estate that may be at 10, at 11%, etc. So it just depends on the various components. So you will have those components. Now, you will find that if we were to look at, say, the Jamaica Stock Exchange, maybe going back 15 or 20 years, and you look at those returns over time, you're going to be you should likely be well in excess of 11 or 12% per annum when you look at it over the long run, right? And so 10 or 11%, 12% is not that difficult to beat in the space that we operate. You will find in small pockets, 5 years, 3 years, 4 years, that you'll be sometimes lower than that. And you may also find in 4 or 5 year pockets over that period, you'll be significantly higher than that. So if you look at stock exchange, for example, I think there are a couple of years where it is that average returns would have been north of like 18 or 19%. And you may have equities within that would have performed 34 or 35% for 3 or 4 years straight. So you'll find that. And the same is true for outside of Jamaica. Same is true for the US. You will look at the returns for some of the key stocks traded in the United States. And I mean, if you had Facebook shares, for example, from 2000 and 2019, you would have seen maybe a 200% rate of return over. So you'll find that. So it depends on portfolio composition, et cetera, et cetera. But yes, it's something that you're going to be able to enjoy, typically over a very long time.
Thanks very much. Lots of questions. I'm going to ask Julian and yourself. If you just click on the button at the bottom where you see share, there's one that says Q&A, and you'll see the questions there. And then there's a blue button that says type answer. You can just type the answer to the questions. Also, if you could put your contact information in the chat. I know a lot of persons, based on their own dynamic realities, depending on their own age and their own stage of investment, would love to ask you some particular type of questions versus the general ones that we're getting here. So I think Dr. Williams Green, they'll be able to
We'll
just use the
move on.
Q&A, type the answers to those who've asked,
Or
and of course they'll share their numbers in the chat.
thank you so much, Sam. I think that's so because we're just on time now, so we're happy to move on. But just to say as we go, Mr. Spence, that was really very helpful, and I hope you'll be able to share your traps for the 8 traps as well with us sometime as well in the future. So we move on to our next speaker, also very important in this career life cycle, and this is Mr. Dale Trotman. He is a healthcare technology specialist and he's a representative of MAJ. His company focuses on digital health solutions and electronic health record systems for medical practice. Also very important in our digital age. So he will be speaking on EHR, which is electronic health records, adoption that works in the clinic. And he is from MedRegis Barbados. Please go ahead, Mr. Dale Trotman.
Mr. Trotman, are you there? Not seeing
You're not
Dale
seeing
Trotman.
him?
No, not seeing Dale Trotman at the moment. We'll get
So
in
we
touch
can
with him in the
actually
background.
try and find him.
Sure,
See if you can find what's happening for me.
sure.
All
I
right, so
ask
we're
you to
going
go
to,
to the sponsor presentation that's next in the meantime.
yes, I will. All right, so
Thank you.
it's Mr. Paul Russell from Abbott Nutritional. Can you please share? Go ahead.
Okay, let me share my screen. Are you seeing my Abbott A live to the fullest?
Yes,
We
sir.
are. Go right ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Paul Russell, and I'm part of the Abbott Nutrition team, and we're pleased to be presenting to such a great audience from AGPJ and MAJ at your webinar. We at Abbott provide products to help you and your patients live life to the fullest. So Abbott's products cover various stages of life, from the infants through to young adults, aging, and those with special health needs. But before we look on some of our products, we need to assess whether your patients that you're seeing, are they getting adequate amounts of protein per day? Now, studies are now suggesting that we're not getting enough protein as we age, and that approximately 42% of adults aged 51 years and above do not consume enough protein in their daily diets. So we can get quality proteins from animal sources, for example, eggs, milk, meat, protein, and fish. Some of us may be opting for plant-based protein sources, and in this case, sometimes we may be lacking 1 or 2 amino acids. So here's where you'd probably need to fill your protein gaps with an oral nutritional supplement, and might I suggest that would be Ensure or Glucerna. So let us look on Ensure Original. Ensure Original provides complete balanced nutrition and key nutrients to support brain health. We have vitamin B12 and folate. For bone health, that would be vitamin D and calcium. For protein, we'd have that for muscle health. And zinc and antioxidants would be for your immune support. So for patients who are underweight or losing weight due to their medical condition, or they're just losing weight without even trying, there's Ensure Complete. And in Ensure Complete, you're getting 30 grams of protein, you're getting 350 calories, you're getting 25 vitamins and minerals, 4 grams of fiber, and it's clinically proven to help gain or maintain weight. Now, for your patients who wish to maintain a healthy weight or are pursuing intentional weight loss, there's Ensure Max Protein shake. And this also gives you 30 grams of protein, 150 calories. You're getting 4 grams of fiber. You're getting 1 gram of sugar and 25 vitamins and minerals. So to help your patients reach their nutritional goals, we need to direct them to find the ideal Ensure that would be applicable for them. And we have, as you can see, 6 players on the market, 1 in the hospital, Ensure Clear, but there are 6 commercially available through a supermarket and pharmacy network. For patients living with diabetes, there's Glucerna with Carb Steady to help manage blood sugar response. Glucerna Original has 10 grams of protein. It has 180 calories per bottle, 4 grams of fiber, and it's 1 carb choice. If we need additional protein or increased protein, there are 2 presentations we have. We have Glucerna Protein Smart and Glucerna Hunger Smart. Glucerna Protein Smart has 30 grams of protein, 150 calories, 4 grams of fiber, and 25 vitamins and minerals. With Glucerna Hunger Smart, we have 15 grams of protein, 180 calories, 4 to 6 grams of fiber, and this is dependent on the flavor, and 25 vitamins and minerals. Now, all our presentations of Ensure and Glucernas, they're suitable for lactose intolerance, and they're all gluten-free. So we spoke about Glucerna being carb steady. And that simply means that there's a blend of complex carbohydrates in each presentation, which are slowly released into the small intestines, which then helps to minimize blood glucose response. For your patients with heart hard to heal wounds, which may keep them from living their best lives, there is Juven. And the wounds may be pressure injuries, diabetic foot wounds, surgical incisions, or other acute and chronic wounds. Now, Juven is medical food which features key nutrients to help support wound healing from the inside out. We have arginine, which promotes blood flow and protein production. We have glutamine, which supports tissue development. We have your micronutrients, vitamin C, E, B12, and zinc, which support wound healing. We have collagen protein, which stimulates the internal collagen production. We have HMB, which is a metabolite of leucine, which enhances protein synthesis. Now, you dose Juven, it comes in a sachet, and we have 2 sachets per day, and we simply mix that in 8 to 10 fluid ounces of water or juice, and we see results in as little as 2 weeks where we have collagen formation taking place. My last slide, my last product slide, is a reminder that Pedialyte is not just for children. Pedialyte replenishes fluids and electrolytes, whether you're exercising or you're experiencing excessive sweating, enduring extreme heat, or there's vomiting or diarrhea. Pedialyte provides hydration for all. I've taken the opportunity to put in my business card. My cell number is there, 489-6093. My email address is paul.russell with 1 L. It's normally spelled with 2 L's, but because there are 2 Paul Anthony Russells in Abbott worldwide, I have to suffer with the 1 L. So it's paul.russell with 1 L at abbott.com. All our products are distributed by CareMed from Lady Musgrave Road, Kingston 5. Please feel free to contact me with any questions, queries, or concerns regarding any Abbott nutritional product. I'll gladly take your call or answer any query. Thanks again for the opportunity to present, and please enjoy the rest of the conference/webinar.
Thank you so much, Mr. Russell, for your contribution, and we appreciate your sponsorship.
Okay.
Sam, is Dr. Trotman available, or should I go on to the next?
Yeah, Mr. Trotman's here. He's ready to go.
All right. I've already introduced you, Mr. Trotman, so we're looking forward to your topic. Please go ahead.
Hello, good afternoon, and thank you for joining me. Can everybody hear me clearly?
Very well.
Okay, great. So today I want to speak about EHR adoption that works in clinic settings. For many clinics, adoption is not just about going digital. It is about whether the system actually fits the way the clinic works. It needs to support the medical team, improve patient experiences, and protect sensitive information properly. So I will focus on 3 areas today. First, how an EHR should help medical professionals work better through usability, workflow, and practical AI support. Second, how the right system can improve patient access and engagement. Third, how security must support both internal clinic operations and secure external access. As I move through each area, I will also show a few practical examples within the MedRegis EHR so you can see what this looks like in a real clinic environment.
So I'm going to also be sharing my screen. Do you have a PowerPoint?
I'm not seeing the PowerPoint. Oh, you're not.
Could I share my screen?
Oh, yeah, you could share your screen. That's what I was asking if you wanted to.
Right. All right, let me see here. Can you see the screen?
Yeah, we're seeing MedRegis.
Right, so this is the application. And if time allows, I will close with a few thoughts on what clinics should look for before choosing an EHR. To begin, I want to focus on the medical professional's perspective, because each successful adoption often starts with whether the system actually works well for the people delivering the care. One of the biggest factors in EHR adoption is whether the system actually helps the clinical team. If it is hard to navigate, too slow, or too complicated for a simple task, adoption becomes difficult very quickly. And I've seen that as an CEO of an electronic health record company. I've seen this way too often within the Caribbean. That is why usability matters. A good EHR to support care delivery, not get in the way of it. Doctors need to move through the patient record quickly. They need to document efficiently. They need to issue prescriptions and review history without too many extra steps. The same applies to the wider clinic. Workflows need to be clear and practical. This is also where AI can add real value. AI should not be there just to sound advanced. It should save time, reduce repetitive workflow, and help medical professionals stay focused on the patient. So to put it in simple terms, successful adoption on the clinical side usually comes down to three things: ease of use, workflow efficiency, and practical automation within the system. So I'm going to show you a few examples of what that looks like in practice by using our EHR. So currently we are on the check-in page here. I'm going to go on to this. These two patients are in consultation. I'm going to click on one of the patients. This is Mr. Howard Will. I am on his consultation note. So documentation should feel connected, not scattered. From the start, if the patient tells you there are drug allergies, you can add them here. Currently, there's some allergies here, and there's a drug allergy for sulfur drugs. And this is highlighted automatically. You can add additional allergies. Any vital signs can be entered here. This can be done by the nurse beforehand, or if the clinic does not have a nurse, the doctor can complete these tasks. Appointment comments. Directly below, any information the front desk deems necessary. Some front desk personnel will enter basic vital signs. This is seen here. Front desk personnel are non-medical, so they can't enter anything on the medical file. However, they can enter information if, say, for example, your front desk will take the basic vital signs. They could enter that information in comments. The doctor can upload them here. Here, the vital signs can be seen on an analytical table, and you can also highlight graphs of the vital signs. Here is the patient timeline. This is following on. The patient timeline shows you every single thing that was added to the patient from day one to current. You can search by different items, procedures, documents, diagnoses. You can set a date range as well. And before you start your consultation notes, you can view previous notes here. Now on to the main section, the consultation notes. I'm going to show you how AI works in the system, but I'm going to show you some other efficient features before I show you how the AI works within the system. So if you're using AI, it helps you document quickly, but we also implemented some other options that can allow clinicians to document quickly within the system. For example, and this is why documentation is very important. You have, for example, the quick trigger, which I'm going to highlight, where instead of going to medical history, you can enter information quickly within this section of the note. If I want to add a drug that the patient is on, start to type, select the drug. If it is a current drug, I can add additional information and I can save it. When the information saves, it saves here, and it also saves to the patient timeline, which is accessible outside of the appointment. So this is when they talk about efficiency. Documentation must not be stuck within the digital note you create. It must also save to relevant fields. So when you're reviewing information, you can quickly review that information. Because one important part of adoption is how quickly a provider can move through the patient record. Another option here as well that allows for quick documentation. A lot of EHRs have templates, but our templates are interactive. You can create your own templates. And when you create your own templates, the information that changes from patient to patient, you can enter that information in square brackets in the template. And once you click into the field and hit the tab button on your keyboard, it goes to the set of square brackets where you will enter the information. So this is saying the patient presents today with chief complaint. I could put chest pain. If I hit tab again, it goes to symptoms, heartburn. So unlike traditional templates, I don't have to backspace or anything like that. It allows me just to hit tab on the keyboard, onset, yesterday. These are features that you must look at when you're implementing an EHR within your clinic, because EHRs can be very cumbersome and you need quick features that can help you document within the system. I'm going to go on to another note to show you how AI is the most useful when it reduces repetitive work. So we're here on another patient, Mars Simpson. So this is a female. This note here, the notes here you're going to see were created by AI. You can upload an audio file or you can record directly into the system. When you upload that file, it's going to process. You will see a process button here, but this file was already processed. And when it's finished processing, this is going to do multiple things for you to help you document very quickly. First, I'm going to move past this part here. I'm going to come back to it. It creates the note in full. This entire note here was created by the AI. So you have the subjective and history of presented illness in subjective. You have vital signs. And if I scroll to the top, you can see the vital signs are automatically entered. So you don't have to go and enter them. They're automatically entered. You have the primary diagnosis, differential diagnosis, treatment, and the testing and orders that were done and the follow-up. Additionally, it created all the ICD diagnoses, symptoms, and differential diagnoses or related diagnoses and symptoms from the system. And it also generates your post-visit instructions that you can send directly to the patient via the patient portal. Addition to that, it reads the note and it creates the item that you need from the note. The prescription is created, the vital signs are created, the exams are created, and the assessments, as I just showed you, are created. And all are added to the patient timeline. So basically, you review this note and you may not need to add anything else to this note because the note is complete. In addition to that as well, labs and prescribing is a good example of where small efficiencies matter every day. You have lab templates. If I'm creating a lab, let me close this. If I'm going to create a lab, I can come and I can create a template where I join the labs that are usually grouped together into one template so that when I'm looking for that, I don't have to add the labs individually. This is great, especially for specialty clinics that generally will order specific labs for the patients that they see. Also, you can recreate prescriptions. A lot of the times a patient, they're returning for the same prescription or a similar prescription. In the system, you can recreate that prescription. Create prescriptions, come here. All of these are the previous prescriptions. You can recreate it. You can edit it. You can add new drugs to the Medicaid, to the prescription. You can change dosages, routes, and so on as well. But it allows you to quickly document. And this is one of the things when they say when you look for EHR, you have to look for something, you have to look for a solution that is going to bring efficiency, because a doctor office and a clinic is very hectic. The system should reduce the workload for the staff from check-in to check-out. In addition to that, the system also, you can also look at in-house prescribing, you can set stock, and you can also there's also an in-house lab module where if you're doing point of care tests, they can be sent to the in-house lab and fulfilled by and completed by the in-house lab beforehand. If I go back to the previous note, you can see some end items added here to the plan. A lot of systems, you have to do the billing separate. Here, billing is automatic in the sense that any billable item will automatically populate onto the bill. So if I come here, hit billing, create a sales receipt, all the items that are within the note are sent to the bill. So your front desk will complete this bill without the doctor needing to add anything to this, depending on your workflow. This was the medical professional side. The next question is what adoption means for the patient. So we're going to be taking a look at the patient and the patient portal. A good EHR should not only improve the internal clinical workflow, it should also improve the patient experience. And that's a strong belief of mine. Today, patients expect better access, better communication, and more visibility into their care. They want to stay informed. They want to receive updates. They want to feel more connected to the clinic or to their clinics. This is where, the patient portal becomes important. When patients can securely access relevant information, receive instructions, and stay connected between visits, the EHR becomes more than an internal documentation tool for the patient. It becomes part of the care experience. And when you look at the Caribbean health sector in general, a lot of the times there's a disconnect with the clinic and the patient. Generally is largely across all the islands. Patient portals can help improve communication, support continuity of care, and strengthen patient engagement. So from the patient side, adoption, to be honest with you, adoption is not just about digital access. It is about helping patients stay informed and involved. Let me show you a few practical examples of what this looked like via our patient portal. Let me log out because I'm going to have to log out of this because I'm logged in as a doctor. And I'm going to refresh and log in. So we're logged in as the patient within the patient portal. For this patient, the patient can connect multiple clinics. Multiple clinics can connect into this portal. So say, for example, there's 5 clinics and these clinics are using our system. The patient can connect into those 5 clinics and the data is synced into the patient portal. And I'm going to explain to which data is synced and which some of the data the doctor has to sync. So for example, consultation, like some clinical summaries, the doctor will share documents. The doctor will decide which ones they're sharing, but basic information like diagnoses, prescriptions, and so on, you will see from here. So the 5 main sections, these are the 5 main sections: consultations, vital signs, labs and imaging, medical history, and documents. We're going to start with consultations. First thing with consultations, convenience matters, especially around appointments and reminders. Here, the patient can see all of their appointments. They can see the upcoming appointments. They can see their previous appointments as well. They can see any post-visit instructions that were shared from here. If I click here, this is going to load the post-visit instructions, and these are sent to the patient portal. This is for cholera, and this is the information the system generates. You can change this as well, because I know depending on what you want to give the patient the instructions, you could change the instructions as well. Also, I'm looking to see where some clinical summary should have been shared. You can see here a clinical summary was shared. So this gives access to information, especially access to instructions and updates can improve follow through. Especially when you want the patient to follow through on certain things, you can send those to the patient portal. And how the system is designed, they can receive notifications via WhatsApp as well. For vital signs, you can request vital signs. Let's say your patient is ill and you need the next 7 days of vital signs, you can send that request to the patient via the patient portal. And this is why patient portals are very important, because it allows the patient to follow through on what they need to do, and also to help you help them as well. Because a lot of the times patients for one reason or the next, don't do exactly what they're supposed to do, and something like this can help. They have access to enter the vital signs one time into the system, as well as documents. You could create documents in the system. You can create forms as well, and you can send those documents and forms to the patient. If there's a form you need the patient to fill out beforehand, provide that document via the patient portal and let them fill it out. They can fill it out in the patient portal. They can also have access to documents you want. They can read. For whatever reason you want to send a document, you can send those documents. You can also share documents with the patient. And here is an important part. The goal is stronger connection to care. And this is where now the patient can share their medical history. Let's say the patient went to 2 previous clinics and now they're at my clinic. I'm also using MedRegis. They can enter information here. They can enter the doctor's email. It must be the doctor email because a lot of things are surrounded. A lot of things are done with security in mind in the system. Let's say I want to share it for 1 day and share. This is shared to the doctor. When the doctor logs in, I'm going to log back into the doctor's profile. You're going to see it's going to notify me that the patient shared their portal with me for a period of time. You can set that period of time for however long you want that period of time to be. And this also helps the doctor to see what was done before, what was prescribed before, so you don't have to go on the patient memory alone. You have active documentation based on what occurred prior to your appointment with this patient. Once patients are given better access and more digital touch points, the next question becomes naturally security. Security is a major part of adoption because trust is a major part of healthcare. You can't separate the two. Security and healthcare are synonymous with each other. There's no other way to look at it. A clinic may like the workflow and the patients may value the accessibility. But if sensitive information is not protected properly, trust can break down very, very quickly. Security is not only about external threats, it is also about internal controls. So that is something that is also something you have to bear in mind. It's not just about how the system is protected, but also what is done within the system. Not every user in a clinic should see the same information or have the same level of access. That is something we can all agree on. A good EHR should help the clinic control who sees what, who can do what, and how patient information is handled. At the same time, external access must also be secure, especially when clinics are using patient portals and digital communication tools. So really and truly, security has 2 sides: internal controls and secure external access. When both are in place, both working with each other, clinics can operate with more confidence and patients can have more trust in how their information is handled within the systems they use. I'm going to show you a few examples of how that works in practice. So I'm going to log back in as the doctor. Well, you know what? I'm going to even log in here as the administrative user. I'm going to show you what will appear. When I try to log in here, let me go back. My hand keyboard. 2-factor authentication comes up automatically. I cannot log in unless I enter 2-factor authentication. And this is a good security method, especially if you have to move away from the system or you logged out and you have your information saved on the computer, because a lot of doctors, they save their password on computers. Even if that is the case, the person will still need to enter the two-factor code to enter your information. Also, the system allows for inactive time periods. So for example, if you move away from the system for a period of time, the system logs out. And the good thing about this system, if you're writing a note, the note will save. So you don't have to bother about now coming back and rewriting notes. The system saves. Which this is something I know is an issue with many EHRs that some doctors utilize within the Caribbean. Even something as simple as this is a Windows security for Google Chrome. You can set up something as simple as this, even if you don't set it the two-factor authentication, which is basically a similar feature where within Windows, before I could click a login, but before that logs in, I need to enter the PIN here to complete it. So this is something even on Windows you can do with anything you use, whether it's my system or another system. As you can see here, it is saying Howard Will is providing you access to their medical information from their patient portal, what I just explained. Also, as we administer some medication, it is saying here the stock for item Arbocos, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, oral tablet 50 mg has fallen to 50, which is below the threshold of 60. So this is giving you some stock alerts here as well. So the pharmacist or the lead doctor may have to order back some stock as it relates to this medication. I'm going to click here onto my profile. Roles and profiles are important. This is another security feature. If it is a doctor, accountant, administrative user, nurse, nurse practitioner, pharmacist, diagnostic specialist, all of these you can set. All of them have different permissions based on what they can do and can't do, what they can see and can't see. You can also set administrators, clinic admin plus, clinic admin, or basic. Each of these will have different levels of access to certain controls within the system, with the clinic admin plus being the highest level. Also, you can assign patients to specific doctors because some patient cases may need more restricted access. So if it is a patient that you want to restrict to a specific doctor, a specific group of doctors, you can do that. And then that patient will not be seen by other doctors within the system. This allows for this level of security in the system. Internal controls, if you change certain things, like say, for example, this is a doctor here. If this person's name is changed, any information changed, the history is going to tell me what those changes were. If a patient name was changed, the history will tell me the same thing, what the patient information was changed. If any medical information on a patient was updated, you can see what those updates were here, if there are any updates. So once there are updates, you will see those updates here, and it will let you know if a diagnosis was added, if it was edited, if a medication was added or edited. You can see all the updates that were done. If anything was created, deleted, you can see. So if something was deleted by accident, you can still see what it was. So you will know, all right, this is something that was an accident. We need to re-add this information because this is important. For some reason, it was accidentally deleted. So those are certain controls within the system from a security standpoint when they speak about not just external, but also internal controls that help you govern patient data and how patient data can flow within the system. Convenience should never weaken protection. Using quality hosting and security solutions to protect the application is very important. Solutions like Amazon Web Services, Cloudflare, we pride ourselves in using the best solutions. Yes, it is expensive, but at the end of the day, we know where we want to reach. We want to become, and we're on our way to be recognized as the pioneering health technology company in the region, especially as it relates to outpatient care. And we know to reach that point, we need to do things at a level above and beyond. So we use solutions like Cloudflare, we use AWS, we have a lot of different security protocols implemented in the system. We've never had a security issue, period. And we have clinics that use our system from large clinics to smaller clinics, and we've never had a security issue as yet. A secure EHR is not one that simply locks everything down. It is one that gives the right access to the right people at the right time while protecting patient information throughout the process. That is what security should really look like in an electronic health record. Those are the three main areas I want to focus on today. If time allows, I want to also leave you with one final point on how clinics should evaluate an electronic health record. What clinics should look for before choosing? Pardon?
I have 3 minutes.
Okay. What clinics should look for before choosing an electronic health record? When a clinic is choosing an EHR, the decision should not be based on how many features the system has, The more important question is whether the system is likely to work well in real environment in the real environment of the clinic. In practical terms, I believe clinics should look at 5 things: usability, workflow fit, patient value, security, and control. And also long-term partnership value. Where is this company going? Because features can always be added. It is more important to know where is this company going? What are they looking to bring? How is this company going to evolve? The real question is not simply what can this system do? The real question is, will this system work well for our team, our patients, and the way our clinics deliver and the way our clinic delivers care? This is what drives adoption. This is what makes an EHR valuable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 1 minute and a half ahead of time.
Thank you.
Any questions? Well, first of all, thank you for introducing us to this new EHR, to this EHR, and very intrigued by the fact that it uses both the clinic side and the patient portal at the same time.
Thank you.
So we'll check in to see if there are any questions. I'll just throw one thing at you quickly. Is it web-based or?
Yes, it is web-based. So you can
It is
access it. You can access it wherever you work. If you're doing home visits, we have some doctors here that use it for home visits here in Barbados, where we are headquartered. So you can use it for home visits. You don't need to stay in the office after work. You can go home, have your coffee, have your tea, your biscuits, and then finish off your notes. So it doesn't restrict you to the office.
All right. Any questions, Sam?
Sure. Thanks, Doc. First question, what are the costs involved? Is there a subscription? Is there a need for a network system, or is it stored in the cloud? You just answered that it's web-based, so it's stored in the cloud. But is it a subscription?
Yes, it's a subscription. So the subscription goes based on the amount of doctors using the system. So if it is a single, and we also look at if part-time users within the system as well. How many part-time users you are within the clinic and how regular they work. So I'm going to just give you the basic pricing and then explain that further. So if it is a 1-doctor clinic, that doctor will pay 85 US per month. If that doctor pays yearly, they will get a discount on their overall amount, which is about $120, which is about a few months of savings instead of paying monthly. A couple months of savings instead of paying monthly. If it is a 2 to 3 doctor clinic, the rate drops from 85 US per month to 65 US per month. And that 2 to 3 doctor clinic will receive 2 complimentary nurse profiles as well. Sorry, 1 complimentary nurse profile as well. My apologies. If it is a 3 to 5 doctor clinic, the rate drops to 55 US per month, and that clinic will get 2 nurse profiles complimentary. Let me just correct something I said earlier. If it is a 2-doctor clinic, it is 65 US per month, and there's 1 nurse profile that is added complimentary. 3 to 5 doctors, 55 US per month. When I say per month, I'm talking about per doctor. So if it is 2 doctors, the 55 US. Sorry, if it is 3 to 5 doctors, each doctor will pay 55 US. If it is 2 doctors, each doctor will pay 65 US. And on all plans, if you pay yearly, a discount will be added. If you have any part-time staff, and these staff, depending on how regular they work, their profiles could be complimentary, or it could be at a reduced rate.
And it can be customized depending on the doctor's practice, right? So dental surgeons can use this.
Most of the clinics that use I can tell you the clinics that use our system now. The clinics that use our system now, we have an urgent care facility. We have quite a few GPs, internists, family doctors. We have some cardiologists as well. In terms of dentistry, we haven't set it for dentistry, but that would be something I would be willing to look at. That's not a problem, because exploring opportunities is something that we love doing. So that's not something that would be a problem. But currently, I'm not sure if it would fit a dentist, because we were not going after dentists with the setup, but if it is something that can be explored, why not?
All right. Any concerns with data privacy and AI use? Is there a large language model that's connected to this?
In terms of any concerns, no, we haven't had any concerns as it relates to the AI. In terms of the AI being saved, it creates the notes in the system. The notes are not created and stored anywhere else. It's created within the system. So the notes are only when the notes they generate and save into our system. They're not saved anywhere else.
Okay.
And then as well, the audio file that you upload, it stores on the system as well. So you can always get access back to that audio file,
You
whether
have
it is
your
an
own.
audio.
You have your
Pardon?
own local. You have your own local network, which is your cloud that everything is stored into.
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
We need,
And if I'm
they're asking for your phone numbers.
Oh, my
Time is
phone
up.
number.
Yes,
Yes.
true. And your
My phone
contact
number.
details. Yes.
My phone number. So I'm in Barbados. So it's 1-246-232-3133. I'm also going to put it in the chat if I am allowed to access the chat. So again, it is 1-246-232-3133. You can
Good.
also reach me via our website, medregis.com, medregis.com. And my email is dale, D-A-L-E, .d.trotman, Trotman, @medregis.com.
Thank you very much. Your time is up now, but excellent. And I see somebody posted, a doctor posted that she has your system here. So it's
Oh yes, we
already
have
here.
a few doctors here using it. They're using it.
It's
I
already here
appreciate
in
it.
Jamaica. So when you contact them, ask them for references so you can contact those persons to just see how they use it. But excellent. We thank you for the information.
Thank you very
Sam
much
is
as well for your time.
thank you. And your contribution, of course,
Thank
participating.
you.
Sam, can you tell us about Medimpex? Is it available? Is Medimpex available? Yes, they are. Okay, let's have them. I'm seeing the video, but I'm not hearing anything, Sam.
In the synaptic gap by inhibiting its stimulation. Hi everyone, I am Janique Baker, a medical representative at Medimpex Jamaica Limited. Thanks for having me, and today I will be presenting on a few of our first-class products for healthy living. Stimulation is our brand of sertraline, and the strength that we have is 50 milligrams. It is a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor, SSRI. Stimulation acts within the brain to increase the amount of the neurotransmitter serotonin in the synaptic gap by inhibiting its reuptake. This helps to ease the symptoms of mood disorders such as depression and anxiety. Stimulation is indicated for depression, panic attacks, and obsessive compulsive disorders. SSRIs have become the first choice treatment for depression owing to their excellent efficacy, safety profile, side effect profile, and onset of action. Dosage for depression and OCD is 50 milligrams once daily with food, complete therapeutic effects 2 to 4 weeks. Panic disorder, on the other hand, you want to start with 25 milligrams once daily with food for the first week, and for the second week, you increase it to 50 milligrams once daily with food. Complete therapeutic effects after 8 to 12 weeks. Please note, maximum daily dosage is 200 milligrams. Premature ejaculation is an off-label indication for Stimuloton. 50 milligrams once daily for 6 weeks, then when needed thereafter. Prophylaxis, 50 milligrams PRN as needed, 2 hours prior to sexual intercourse. Dosage adjustment for special populations. For the elderly and renal impairment, no dose reduction is necessary. However, for hepatic impairment, a lower dose or the usual dose with longer dosage intervals. For pregnancy, safety is not established, and for nursing, Stimuloton is excreted in the breast milk. The benefits of Stimuloton. Sertraline is among the most potent SSRIs. Age has no influence on sertraline clearance. Plasma levels and clearance can be quickly and effectively controlled. Smaller effect on the CYP enzymes, thus reducing drug reactions. Stimuloton offers choice to your patients. It is retailed at approximately $180 per tab. It is covered on NHF. $44 per tab is the subsidy, but patients will pay approximately $136 per tab after the NHF coverage. Choose Stimuloton. It lifts you out of depression. Our next product is Palixid, which is our brand of donepezil hydrochloride. It comes in 2 strengths, 5 milligrams and 10 milligrams. There are many different forms of dementia, with the most common being Alzheimer's disease, frontotemporal dementia, vascular dementia, Parkinson's disease dementia, Lewy body dementia. Alzheimer's disease is the most common cause of dementia. The term dementia describes a set of symptoms which can include loss of memory, mood changes, and problems with communication and reasoning. These symptoms occur when the brain is damaged by certain diseases and conditions, including Alzheimer's disease. People with Alzheimer's also have a shortage of some important chemicals in their brain. These chemicals are involved with the transmission of the messages within the brain. Alzheimer's is a progressive disease, which means that gradually over time, more parts of the brain are damaged. As this happens, the symptoms become more severe. Alzheimer's top 10 warning signs: recent memory loss affecting job, difficulty performing familiar tasks, problems with language, disorientation to time or place, poor or decreased judgment, problems with abstract thinking, misplacing things, changes in mood or behavior, changes in personality, loss of initiative. Alzheimer's disease is characterized by 2 abnormalities in the brain: the formation of amyloid plaques between the nerve cells and neurofibrillary tangles within the neurons. This is a picture showing characteristic signs of Alzheimer's disease found at autopsy. First, it's a normal brain with functioning neurons, and the second one is an Alzheimer's brain with tangles and plaques. Palixid is indicated for the treatment of mild to moderate severe Alzheimer's disease. Palixid is a cholinesterase inhibitor. It is a specific and reversible inhibitor of acetylcholinesterase, which is the predominant cholinesterase in the brain. Donepezil hydrochloride is postulated to exert its therapeutic effect by enhancing cholinergic function through increased concentrations of acetylcholine. There is no evidence that donepezil alters the course of the underlying dementing process. It just slows down the progression of the disease. The initial dose of Palixid is 5 milligrams once daily in the evening before retiring for at least 1 month. After 1 month assessment, the dose may be increased to 10 mg. Renal and hepatic impairment is the same dosing as clearance of the drug is not affected. Palixid is not recommended in children. Palixid comes as a round, white, biconvex film-coated tablet. 5 mg retailed at $11,186, while the 10 mg is retailed at $12,684. However, good news, it's now on the VEN list. Palixid is well tolerated, improves cognition and functioning, 38% reduction in functional decline, improves behavioral symptoms, and it has adverse effects of bradycardia, muscle cramps, fatigue. Thank you so much for your attention. Thanks for listening, and please enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you, Megan Pex. My alarm is going off. Wow, wow, wow. So I'm about to throw you over. All right, so we're going to go on to our next presenter. Am I right that the next presenter is Dr. Alice Buckland? And so I'm hoping she is getting her slides ready even as I speak. Dr. Alice Buckland, 5-star doctor for the Wonka North American region for 2025. Highly respected, prominent family physician and healthcare leader. Healthcare leader in primary care, physician advocacy, patient advocacy, especially in tobacco control, professional development. She is the past president of CCFP Jamaica chapter and the present vice president for AGP. We want to welcome this icon of advocacy for so many things: planetary control, climate control in terms of its health effects, etc. We're going to welcome Dr. Alice Buckland, who is now going to be speaking on advancing the quintuple aim to physician well-being and health equity. Go right ahead, Doc. You have 30 minutes exactly.
Okay, thank you so much, Pauline. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be part of this panel. I'm speaking about from graduation to retirement, safeguarding physicians across the career life cycle. So my topic is advancing the quintuple aim through physician well-being and health equity. I wonder if anybody ever heard of the quintuple aim. Anyway, it is all about investing in our future by cultivating a culture of self-care and care for colleagues. This will help with the health of patients, communities, and health system sustainability. Next, please. The rising challenges in medicine are a lot, and the triple aim that came out in 2008 was for enhancing patient care, population health, and cost containment, those three. So we know that for the past few years, there has been unprecedented burden on healthcare professionals. Increased workloads, emotional exhaustion, evolving patient needs have exposed deep vulnerabilities in our systems and within ourselves. We're having burnout, compassion, fatigue, and moral distress are no longer rare terms. They are realities many of us face. Research shows that mental health issues among physicians continue to rise, with growing concerns in both institutional and private settings. And this has an impact on care and also on the caregiver. We often speak of the importance of patient-centered care, but how can we truly provide that if we ourselves are depleted? Our mental health directly affects clinical decision-making, empathy, communication, and ultimately patient outcomes. Yet, the culture of medicine has long discouraged vulnerability, and even today, many of us struggle silently. Yes, Sam. Next. So, Augustine had spoken earlier about the ethics and physician well-being. And so there is an ethical dilemma to this struggle. How do we honor our duty to patients while maintaining our own well-being? We often find ourselves in a dilemma. Should we keep working when exhausted? Should we cover another shift? Should we skip lunch to accommodate just one more patient? While altruism drives our profession, unchecked sacrifice can lead to diminished care and personal harm. Next. So we have a responsibility to ourselves and others. Our ethical responsibility extends beyond patient care. It includes responsibility to ourselves, our families, and our colleagues. We must normalize practices that promote mental wellness, a reflective practice, mindfulness, peer support, and seeking help when needed. These are not signs of weakness, but essential acts of professionalism. Next. So building a culture of wellness through the quadruple aim. So I spoke about the triple aim, and this is a quadruple aim. This is a change that must be both individual as well as systemic. Institutions must provide support systems, fair workloads, and wellness resources. As individuals, we can model healthy behaviors. We can set boundaries and advocate for ourselves and others. Ethical leadership begins with example. So the quintuple aim, all of these aims are really for healthcare improvement. And this is generated through the Institute for Healthcare Improvement. And we see the quintuple aim. You see 5 points in this. And let us start with on the right at 3 o'clock, improving care. And then we go at about 5 o'clock, there's advancing health equity, then improving workforce well-being, lowering the cost, improving population health. Actually, when you go the other way, improving care, improving population health, and lowering cost, those 3 going counterclockwise would be the triple aim. And then when you add improving workforce well-being, that is quadruple aim. And then advancing health equity is the quintuple aim. So triple aim, enhancing the care experience, quality, satisfaction, relationship between patient and clinician, improving population health, focusing on prevention, wellness, managing chronic diseases, and then reducing costs per capita through better efficiency, reduced waste, and value-based care. The quadruple aim, again, addresses clinician burnout through workforce well-being and joy in work. And the quintuple aim, advancing health equity, ensures that everyone has a fair and just opportunity to achieve their best health. Focusing on the needs of the underserved, and marginalized populations. And these marginalized populations, guess what? Will include doctors as patients. We always think doctors are doctors, but here the quintuple aim now recognizes doctors as patients. Next. So the World Health Organization designed, well, this set of questionnaires was given to the World Health Organization, and it's a 5 well-index set. And it says that you can indicate from each of the 5 statements the closest you've felt over the last 2 weeks. And it says all of the time, most of the time, more than half of the time, less than half of the time, some of the time, at no time. Okay, I'm going to go through the questions. I have felt cheerful and in good spirits. You feeling that way? I have felt calm and relaxed. I have felt active and vigorous. I woke up feeling fresh and rested. My daily life has been filled with things that interest me. Next, please. So after circling our answers, we can now score. This is actually open access, so anybody can use this freely. The raw scoring, the total score for each of these 5 questions will give you a maximum of 25. If you get a maximum of 25, that's the best possible mental well-being. If you get a minimum score of 0, that's the worst possible mental well-being. To get the percentage score, remember the maximum score is 25, we're going to now multiply by 4 to get the 100. A percentage score below 50, if you get 50%, if you get below 50% or a raw score of 13, suggests these have been suggested as a cutoff for poor mental well-being and as an indication for further assessment for the possible presence of a mental health condition, for example, depressive disorder. Next. Okay, Sam. So, awareness, thoughts, and feelings. We are human and we have awareness. So what is awareness? Awareness is a fundamental quality of mind, right? This is our consciousness. You are aware I'm talking to you. You hear me. So awareness is a capacity of knowing what you are thinking, feeling, seeing, and doing. Glimpse your mind, being with your breath right now, breathing in and breathing out, knowing that you are breathing in and you are breathing out. Imagine a clear blue sky as you breathe in and out, and a thought like panic comes like a cloud as you breathe in and out, and you watch it as you breathe in and out. And this cloud changes shape. It becomes charged, and that's an emotional feeling. Continue breathing. You can have thought, and you can have emotion, which is a feeling. And that's okay. Right is okay, wrong is okay. Whatever happens is okay. Just being aware. And you just want to listen in the silence. Next. Yes, Sam. Next slide. So when we get all of these thoughts, awareness, feelings coming in, they really don't have a name. However, through life, we get filters of time or memories or decisions past things, right? And we put labels on them. And I, looking at something, may process it a particular way. Pauline, looking on the same thing, may process it a different way. Marvin, looking on the same thing, may process it differently. So we're just having different perspectives. It may be just our imagination. It may be just an illusion. So just remember that thoughts are thoughts. They're not necessarily real. All right. So, and we, in a particular moment in time, the information we have is what we have, but we may not have all the information. So it's a perspective we have. And so getting this perspective, we may go towards something or away from something. Next slide. And so depending on how we feel in this current moment, think about how you're feeling in this current moment. We can either be feeling calm, and when we're feeling calm, that's like in the green area, social engagement, feeling joy in the present, feeling grounded, feeling curious, feeling this level of compassion and mindfulness. But then we may think of another situation and we may actually be in flight or fight. Or another situation where we just can't budge. We are dissociated, we feel numb, we feel depressed, you're ashamed, shut down, that. So what we want to do is, you look at this. Where on this chart are you right now? Just remember that stress is just an overload of body and overload of mind. But it's how we are thinking of a thought and how we're feeling this in our body and our response to it. But these things can change, just like the cloud changes. Next slide, please. Thank you, Sam. Next slide. So go back. So all of these thoughts are going through what we call our processor, my processor and your processor. What we want to do is make sure that we can be present, and whatever we're learning, we're going to learn so that we can protect ourselves. And what tools can we use to protect ourselves? I have shield and I have pills. So shield, I like to go through these with my patients, and I like to go through it with myself. Make sure I have my sleep. You know, if you don't sleep well, you can drop out because that's a high risk for stroke. You can also have wicked arrhythmias, and they can drop out like that too. So sleep is critical. Help for stress. Our interaction, how we interact with ourselves, how we interact with other people, how we interact with the Almighty. I always liked this Jamaican saying, manners and respect. If you do manners and respect, you're not going wrong, okay? Exercise is important. You know, I have decided I'm exercising before I eat because I find that really helps me to warm up my muscles, and then I eat. Learning new things and that. So SHIELD, sleep, help for stress, interaction, exercise, learning new things, and that. Got that? Shield. Pills, positive, being positive, information from right sources. So you have to know, question your information source. Lifestyle changes, these are healthy lifestyle changes. Love yourself and love other persons. Support. You must be able to receive support, and you must be able to give support. It's very important to have a coach and a mentor because these actually help you to track these, you know. So shield and pills. These will help our processor. Next. But what will hurt my processor, or what will help hurt your processor? We heard about HALT, HALTD. I didn't have the D, but it's hunger, anger, loneliness, and tiredness. The other presenter had put late and delay. That's fine. But if we have any of these things, it's not going to actually let us be in our good state of mind. And so we can, if we continue with this, we can become really unwell and sick. And we don't need this. Next slide, please. Thank you, Sam. So we need to be at cause for our solution. Being at cause for a solution empowers us, because now we're having a good attitude to work and grow. We can move from the fear zone, learning zone, and growth zone. Guess what? We are growing. This is different from being disempowered, where you are at the effect of others' control, and that's really no way to live. Next, please. Yes, Sam. Sam, my Pauline threw me out. So we have challenges as general practitioners, and this is from Wonka. And recruitment, retention, retirement, time pressures in consultations, complexity in work content, the rapid pace of change in medical evidence, interventions and treatment, lack of boundaries and lack of balance. So these are the challenges that we face. Yes, Sam? And so we are aware, and we are going through our actions and advocacy. We need to act, and we need to advocate for ourselves. If you think other people are going to do it for you, you do not leave it to somebody else. What you can do is actually get a group, and we have similar concerns and work on it together. To improve our work and the impact of the job has on our health, together we need to advocate for doctors' health and well-being. Every general practitioner and family doctor is an advocate for primary care and family medicine. We recognize psychological vulnerabilities of doctors, our sense of responsibility, can never do enough, try to please everyone. We feel guilty because we feel like we don't have any control. We withhold love from ourselves. We withhold love from our colleagues. We withhold love from others. We want to be perfectionists. We feel we need to be conscientious. We have chronic self-doubt. We're really self-critical. If we go through SHIELD, you know that we'll put the solution up for that, all right? Next, please. So the long and short is that the medical community is a specific group in population health. very, very special. And remember that in the triple aim, it spoke about population health. And the medical community is part of the population. We are not a part, we are human like the rest of everybody else. In fact, Dr. Wright showed how much we have issues, all right? So we have attitudes, behavioral culture, we have self-care and healthcare needs, it's important for self-compassion, compassion from colleagues. We need to feel secure and safe to seek support. No fear of judgment, no fear of stigma, and we can trust, all right? So it's an important medical community. Now, there is this inverse care phenomenon, which was proposed in 2025, which shows that equity and inclusiveness is needed for doctors as patients. Equity and inclusiveness is needed for doctors as patients. The quintuple aim applies to doctors as a vulnerable group, as a vulnerable population group. The triple aim was done in 2008. I remember this is actually to improve healthcare. They did the triple aim first. And that was looking at patient care. It was looking at the population health, and it was looking at cost containment. But the doctors were being very burdened and burnt out. And so in 2014, the quadruple aim was developed to address physician, clinician burnout, and also to address having joy at work. And now the quintuple aim looks at having health equity, bearing in mind that we as physicians are part of a vulnerable population group, and that we too need TLC. Next, please. Next slide. So we can invest in our future by cultivating a culture of self-care and care for colleagues. This will help the health of patients, communities, and the health system sustainability. Next. I think that's it. I want to tell you a story. Have a little time, Pauline? Like 5 minutes?
You do. In fact, you have
Okay.
more than 5 minutes. Go ahead with the story.
Right. So many years ago, I was an intern at the Kingston Public Hospital. What a fantastic place. What a learning ground. And I interned in medicine with the giant Dr. Knox Hagley. And at that time, the medical residents were preparing for exams at UWI. And so 2 of our notable residents had gone off on leave. And that left me as the only intern and Dr. Knox Hagley as the only consultant. And we were together managing 80 patients on the female side and 80 patients on the male side. And we went on as best as we could. And after about a month, I went to Dr. Hagley because I was not feeling good. And I said, Dr. Hagley, he said, yes, Buckland. I said, look in my eyes. He said, okay, I'm looking in your eyes. What am I to see? I said, sir, they're not sparkling. I said, okay. He said, and what does that mean? I said, Dr. Hagley, that means something is wrong. I feel like an earthquake is going through me. I feel like I'm going to faint. I think I just need time out. And you know, he's captain of his ship. And he says, Buckland, you indeed don't look well. You're getting 3 days sick leave. I really felt it, you know, because it meant that he was going to be the only one. But I said to him, it would not look good if your intern collapsed on the ward. Anyway, I went on 3 days leave, and I lived on the compound. I slept for 3 days and 3 nights. And I got up and I just got up after that, and I went to the ward, and he had bloodshot eyes. And he literally said to me, Buckland, you're a sight for sore eyes. He had done my duty. He had done his duty. He had done his clinics. I know he was exhausted. Thankfully, our other residents had come back from exams at that time. And I was really, really grateful that I had a giant of a consultant who was able to recognize that I needed care. And he gave me sick leave. I find that sometimes doctors do not give doctors sick leave. Doctors do not give doctors sick leave. They think it is a bad word. They think it is improper to give doctors sick leave. We got to stop it. There's health equity, right? Stop it. No. I remember this other time. I was an intern at KPH in the accident and emergency, and this lady had come in and she had a swelling in her neck. It just evolved. It happened over 1 week. It was so huge. And I looked at it and I'm seeing this thing manifesting on the outside. And I'm there thinking, my God, what happens if that goes? What happens when that thing is actually doing a number on her on the inside? Because I'm thinking of all the structures that will be affected once that thing literally starts impacting back ways. So guess what, Pauline? You know where I sent this lady? Which ward do you think I sent her to? Pauline.
Let's hear.
Where do you think I sent her? You know where I sent her? I sent her to ear, nose, and throat. So my consultant, Dr. Beck, he was an American E&E doctor, and he was in charge of our rotation. And he said, Buckland, you know, the people in ENT are vexed with you. I said, what I do to them? What I do to them? He said, that lady with the swelling in her neck, they want you to discharge her and transfer her to medicine. Why did you put her onto ENT? So he wanted to hear my reasoning. I said, sir, he said, that swelling? My concern for her was that being at KPH and that thing dug off her airway, by the time medicine called for ENT help, the lady is dead. So guess what? I put her on ENT. So if she needs an emergency trachea, she will live because she'll be in the right place already. Because I know how KPH work. I know they work as best as they can. But we didn't have cell phone in those days. We had to use foot because usually sometimes the other analog phone don't work. So when he heard my reasoning, and you know, God bless him, he said, okay, you know, I am glad that you have a good reason. So a few hours passed by, and then he came back and he said, Buckland, I said, yes, sir. You know, they had to do an emergency trachea on the lady a few hours ago. What a good thing you followed your gut feeling. I said, sir, I just saw problems. I just looked hours down the road and I said, this woman has to make it. So I have to put her in the right place where she can get the help in the nick of time. So it is important that we have these giants who, even though as an intern and I'm having colleagues in another section saying, you have an idiot in E&E, you know, why should put the person on this ward? She's supposed to belong to medicine. He listened to me and he just said, you have a sound reason there. Let us see. And then a few hours later, the same people who had issues with me had to do an emergency trachea. So never doubt yourself. If you have a reason to do something, just do it because you have a reason. Right?
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for sharing. And this has been really emotionally intelligent. Thank you very much. Do we have any questions? I think hearing from your very soul has made a point. It's poignant. but it also has made a point. We have to be true to ourselves. You talked about simple things like being hungry and still continuing to see patients. And you have reinforced what we were told earlier with the heart. And that is such a common thing. Tomorrow morning, persons leave without breakfast. Or even if they have breakfast, they don't sit down to eat it properly. They gulp it. And let me say we gulp it because I've been there. And that's one of the reasons we have acid reflux among all of us. This has been a really poignant presentation and phenomenal, somebody says. We thank you, Dr. Buckland.
Thank you so much.
Any questions, Sam, in the chat?
Sorry about that. I was finding the unmute button. Not seeing any questions in the Q&A at the moment. And the chat is just very inspired by the talk.
Very inspired. So I'm going to ask us all, in the interest of physical improvement, getting your circulation, if you haven't stretched already, please go ahead and stretch. And if you wish to do the plank, but it was recommended for morning, plank is fine. We're going to use just a minute to do some deep breathing as Dr. Buckland encouraged us. And then we're going to go on to our panel discussion. And like every good physician, we hand over to another physician. That's excellent. That's coming. That's the Professor Marvin Reed. He'll be the moderator for this session until I rejoin you. But I'm happy about the time because I was looking at a horrendous time before. So, Prof. Marvin, you have your team ready. Want to hear what the data told us about the physician career transitions in Jamaica. Just checking though, before you start, Marvin. Sam, have I left out any sponsors? We don't want to do that.
Not that I'm aware. No.
Okay, excellent. Okay, so we hand over, Marvin.
All right, thank you much. Pretty good. Well, say so. So I'm chairing or moderating a panel discussion about what the data tells us, physician career transitions in Jamaica. And my panelists include quite a esteemed lineup. As part of my panelists, I'm to have Dr. Mindy Fitzhenry, Dr. Merton Smith, Dr. Aldith Buckland, who you just heard, Dr. Earl Williamson, and Professor Alberton Bailey, who you heard earlier. So just by way of some brief introductions, as you know, Dr. Mindy Fitzhenry is a medical practitioner, and here she's going to be representing the early career physician. She is the president-elect of the Medical Association of Jamaica, and she's a psychiatrist. We will have Dr. Merton Smith. Dr. Smith is a past president of the Medical Association of Jamaica, and deputy dean at the Faculty of Medical Science, Clinical Affairs at UWI. And more importantly, listening to the little bignet from Aldith, is an ENT surgeon. I'm sure he was one of those surgeons practicing at that time, but I doubt it. And then we have Dr. Buckland, who has been introduced already. Dr. Williamson is a senior physician, now retired, and so he will bring the retiree perspective. And we have Professor Alberton Bailey, who also was previously introduced and is chairman of the Medical Foundation, Medical Association Foundation of Jamaica. So what is this panel discussion all about? This panel discussion all about is really to report on the data. As you know, as part of the CME activity, the Association of General Practitioners of Jamaica, they had sent out a questionnaire to ask individuals who were planning to participate or to attend to complete. So I'm going to just show you now. Let's bring that up a slideshow. Let me share. So I'm going to share some preliminary findings as the basis for some of our discussions this afternoon on what the data shows. As per usual, I'm going to just shut off my video so you'll hear my voice. So essentially, what was distributed was what we call a questionnaire instrument. And that questionnaire instrument sought to acquire information on certain domains. Essentially, we sought to acquire some information on demographics and practice profile. We also sought to elicit the perception of the respondent on some of their career challenges that they may have experienced, some of their financial and professional preparedness, support systems that existed for supporting physicians, the usefulness of professional organization on their career success and development, their perception of their digital readiness, and more importantly, to get some idea of CME needs and interest. So that was what the instrument was designed to elicit or ascertain from the respondent. I was asked to have a preliminary look at this data. And so the approach, essentially, as I indicated, was that the questionnaires was electronically distributed as a Google form through respective mailing lists, MAJ, AGCP, CCSP. The responses were collected in Google Sheet and exported to Stata 19 for analysis. And the normal summary and inferential approaches were used. And for some of the open-ended questions, because the questionnaire had quite a few open-ended questions, I did keyword and thematic analysis, preliminary keyword and thematic analysis using Gemini 3, which is the AI that comes with the Google Workspace. This report, or what we're going to be doing today, is really just a preliminary report. A full detailed technical report I'll do and make available to the respective associations. So how many persons responded? We essentially had 209 respondents. The 209 respondents reported that they worked in an academic environment, private environment, public environment, public and private, and had administrative roles. Those are the choices that were there. And as we can see, the vast majority of respondents had at least some private practice. And second to that, also had some public practice. When we collapsed them, consolidated them into those who worked private only, as well as those who worked public only, and then the mix, those who worked across public and private, we found that the private only, it was the largest proportion of respondents, occupying about 44%. The mixed was the second largest at about 32%, and those who worked in the public sector only was about 25%. When we looked at the number of respondents based on their career stage in practice, and for the purposes of this particular analysis, early career physician was called within 10 years of practice. The mid-career was 11 to 25. The late career was more than 25, but not yet retired. And of course, the retired physician. We found that there were 12 retired physicians of the number, which is 6% of the total. 71 or 34% late career physician, and 37% or 77 mid-career physician. And then the lower number of 49 or 23% of early career physicians. what we found was that there was a significant relationship between your career stage and where you worked, where, as perhaps we could expect, a higher proportion of early career physicians were working in the public sector only. When we look at the different specialities that comprise the respondents, we found that, as expected, because an AGP webinar, that 57% of the individuals, of the respondents, were in general practice, family practice specialities. And the next biggest group on that was internal medicine at 11%. And the smallest group was that of psychiatry at 2%. So let us now focus on what the data told us about career challenges. So the top 3 ranked career challenges by career stage is as displayed on the slide here. So for the early career practitioners, contractual or employment uncertainty was ranked as number 1. Educational debt or financial strain was ranked as number 2. And lack of structured professional support was ranked as number 3. The mid to late career focused as their number 1, reported as their number 1, difficulty in planning for retirement. There was some changes in terms of the order. Lack of structured professional support and educational debt and financial strain was the next best ranked in the mid-career, while in the late career, the second ranked was reduced income in later years, practice management difficulties as number 3. In the retired group, not unexpected, reduced income featured a lot, difficulty planning for retirement because they're already retired, and health challenges affected practice were the key ranked things. So at this point, I would wish now to invite my panelists. So I'll start by asking Dr. Fitz-Henley, who is here representing our early career physician, to see if she has any comments on some of these challenges that the data has shown so far. And then I'll ask, following her submission, I'll ask Dr. Williamson if he would also wish to comment from the retirees' perspective. So, Mindy?
Yes. Hi, Prof. Thank you. So speaking on behalf of the early career doctors, first, when we first started the presentation, it started with the early career doctors. And one of the main points that were brought up was about contracts and making sure that persons understand and know their contracts. And so Dr. Wright pointed out that it is crucial that everybody understands their contracts, knows the guidelines of their contracts, and that would include something as what we would call as simple as their leave package. But it is very important to know the guidelines under which you are working as well, and what are the specific stipulations. And one solution for that, of course, is that we always encourage all of our early career doctors, our interns, SHOs, all the way up to our MO3s, to join our union, which would be the JMDA, and have the JMDA deal with any negotiations that may arise. And this could be dealing with any repercussions or anything that could happen at work, so that you are not the front person. You have your union backing you, and so that would make sure that they are defending you at the highest level. As a union, we're able to lobby as a whole, and so we would have access to all of the documents that can be shared. And another solution that we found helpful in this way is that the JMDA did start internship and SHO webinars, and in both of those webinars, two of the things that we focused on was explaining your pay, how to understand your taxes, and to ensure that you are accurately checking your pay slips. Many persons are coming from not earning anything for the entire 5 years they're in medical school, and then they get their first paycheck and they think the number looks big and it looks great, and so they think they can spend more, and so they start purchasing large items, and they're not able to financially manage it. Unfortunately, during medical school, we're not really taught anything about our finances. And so we leave a doctor, but we have zero financial education. And that does play a big part. And we find that persons are willing to sign contracts just based on the bottom figure without knowing what it really means. And so I think it is important that you use your union. Since we have that solution already, let's use what we have.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Dr. Williamson?
Good afternoon, Prof.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me. I'm glad to be here to put my little 2 cents in. Well, as it says, I'm retired. I'm now 78. I graduated in 1975. I was taught by some of the first original teachers who entered the university in 1948. And well, I've had a good time. The thing is, Prof, that I hooked onto a mantra that says, no one is coming to save you in my life. And I realized maybe about 30 years into my practice that there is life after medicine and I'd better be prepared for it. So having a wife who was a CFO in one of the largest financial and business corporations in the island, it powered us to make strategic decisions to protect ourselves in the coming days. I found that the illiteracy, financial illiteracy of doctors was profound. We decided that we had to invest in items which would produce an income, not perfect, but at least to manage the debts. And we should not have any debts of any significance entering retirement. She retired a little before me, and she was well looked after. She's medical services are perfect. I had nothing, and if it wasn't for her, I would not have taken out medical insurance, which I needed. For over the last 3 years, I've spent maybe about $5 million on medical serious emergencies, but we were able to survive. It is key. We planned that when we came to retirement, there should be no mortgages. If you don't have that reservoir of wealth to protect yourself as you go into retirement, you are lost. You cannot have large mortgages. We disposed of the BMWs, brand new, fancy cars, as time went on. That was not on the record. That was, you couldn't have that. Those are money pits. We contracted, we bought a beautiful place. We have numerous residential and commercial properties, which as we got older, we would sell or pass on to the children so they would have a house. And we made sure that there would be income. Even with all of that, Prof, as time went on, the dollar devalued, things became expensive. When you're looking at a light bill of $70,000 to $80,000 a month, after you've spent $2.8 million on solarization, those are tough things. But in other words, we can see that we can survive. It will not be perfect, and if doctors don't exercise financial intelligence and plan, there'll be a lot of sad faces going forward. So it hasn't been easy, but it can be done. But you have to know at least 20 years before what you're doing. And because of your partner's ability to look and invest in foreign bonds, to put money in good instruments, and to set up inflows, we seem to have survived pretty well to date.
All right, Dr. Williamson, one insightful thing that I've heard so far that you have said is to have one wife.
That has been difficult because it's achievable.
Yes. But that's really so true.
Yes.
All right. So colleagues and friends, as I said, we looked at some of the responses of the respondent. And the only one that's missing here in terms of response so far from both yourself and Dr. Mindy, and I may ask Dr. Martin, since I know he has a practice management difficulties. Martin, you want to comment on that a bit?
Sure. So one of the things that I'd like to say is that I'm, I guess, your typical mid-career physician, having graduated in '98 and then, completed my postgrad training in 2005. And one of the things that you recognize very early on is that in order to secure yourself financially, just as other persons would do, you often need to have more than one income stream. And that is the role of a private practice, for example, which helps you to give you that additional source of income to help to protect you in terms of your future moving forward. Very early on working in the public sector, I recognize that the hospital that you work a lot, you spend a lot of hours there, they will move on without you, and that they will replace you at the drop of a hat. And who can't replace it are the family members who depend on you. So you need to be very deliberate in your thought processes in planning for the future. As you get into practice management, you may in fact become the key person within a practice. You are the face of the practice sometimes. Sometimes you're the owner or the manager of the practice. And there are several things that would come with that. There's a responsibility of keeping the doors open and the lights on, paying the bills. And that can be a very onerous responsibility. And it often requires you to make some sacrifice where you may not even be able to take a salary initially, where you're just reinvesting, so to speak, your income into the practice to keep it going. The other thing that you have to consider is the role of insurance in maintaining this practice. Some companies offer what they call key man insurance, where you as the key person in the group may insure yourself so that in the event that something happens to you, there's money that will keep the practice going, or perhaps even pay off the mortgage on the practice so that the practice can survive and doesn't become a strain on the family that you leave behind. And on the note of insurance, that's certainly something that at the mid-career, there's often a greater recognition of the importance of insurance. Prof. Reed, you mentioned the role of health insurance in your presentation, but in addition to health insurance, we have to think about things like critical illness, income replacement policies, so that in the event that you can't work for long or short periods, there is money coming in to take care of the expenses that you have. And these are some of the things that over time I have managed to learn as a mid-career physician. The other thing too, I guess you'd have to say, is that not all debt is bad debt. Debt to buy a car that will depreciate in value very quickly is bad debt. But debt to purchase equipment for a practice or a practice in and of itself is not necessarily bad debt if managed properly. So these are just some initial thoughts just to share.
Thanks so much. And Mindy, I'm coming back to you if you want to make a comment on educational debt.
Yes, thank you. So a lot of what is happening to our early career physicians, as you know, when they're leaving medical school, they still have student loan to be paying out. And, we've all seen the new direction that things have taken when they publicize your name in the paper. And so nobody wants their name to be listed there. But what we're seeing is because persons are not financially intelligent, just because we were never taught, they're making large purchases. So they go out and, when they get the title of doctor, now you want to go and purchase the more expensive vehicles. And so it's a lot more important that you have educational background relating to your finances so you can make wise financial decisions. So yes, you need a vehicle, of course, but we need something that is going to be sturdy, that's not going to cost you $150,000 when you need to change, your tire or some other small minor infarct that might happen on your vehicle. We also want persons to remember that while they're, again, for their first or second paychecks, when they see these larger numbers that they're not accustomed to earning, many persons have a lot of debt that they're carrying, whether that is just their student loans or whether that is their entire family that they are now carrying. And that is something that I don't think we put enough emphasis on, is the responsibilities that you're faced with immediately after finishing medical school or even in the first 5 to 6 years. We also have people who have, they've been waiting on family planning until they graduate medical school or in the first 5 to 6 years. And so without insurance or without having some sort of a backup plan, you're not able to earn, and anything can happen during those early years. You could end up on bed rest, your maternity leave gets denied because you haven't been working for a certain period of time. And so you're earning a total of $0 and all of the financial responsibilities left on your partner. And that can cause significant decline, not just emotionally and mentally, but also on the relationship itself. And so as Merton pointed out, in terms of the practice management, I think the insurance aspect of it has to be highlighted. As early career doctors, people always imagine that they cannot get ill, that nothing will happen to them. They can continue to run 10, 12, 13, 14, 15 duties a month, and they'll be perfectly fine. I didn't know I would fall disabled until I became disabled. And I'm still an early career physician. And so part of what, of course, I can say it because I've lived it, but it's something that I've always tried to stress to our JMDA members and to our younger doctors, is that you don't know that you'll need insurance until the day that you need it. Thank the Lord, I had it and I was able to pull on it. But you don't know that these things can happen to you until they do. And so I think it's very important that we ensure that all of our doctors are signed up, not just for regular insurance, but critical illness, as well as any sort of disability insurance that is out there for persons to also get. And that is important for you to get before you are disabled. And so I think that's another crucial point that we need to stress.
Thanks so much. All right. So we move on to the next topic, which relates to finances. I know that you've mentioned it. And so a question was posed to the respondent as to how confident do you feel about your financial preparedness at your current career stage? Unfortunately, we had a quarter of the respondents feeling quite neutral. And we had 17% of the respondents feeling not confident at all. So if you put and then in terms of somewhat not unconfident, which is how it was phrased negatively, we had 27%. So if you put all the neutrals and negative together, you're getting close to 70% of our respondents who do not have the necessary confidence at this stage of their career, yielding only 30% being somewhat confident. And interestingly enough, when we compared the different stages of career readiness, career progression, there was no significant differences by career stage. So what it basically seems to suggest is that the vast majority of our respondents are not confident about their current financial future. And so that brings me into ask the chair of the medical I just had my mental stuff. Alvaston, come in. This is your question.
Okay.
How worried are you that many of our medical foundations, gosh, I had one of those mental things. How distressed are you that the vast majority, up to 70% of our respondents, opine that they're not confident at all of their financial situation?
Thank you very much, Prof. I've been chair of the Medical Foundation since 2017. And it has been for me a wake-up call. I had no idea that our colleagues were having so many challenges. And I note, based on your study, that many of the older colleagues notice a significant fall in their income as they age. And what I think is happening, and I think I must admit that I have suffered from it. As a doctor, we tend to have what I call a God complex, i.e., we take care of others, we save lives, and nothing will happen to us. We also contemplate the thought that we will be healthy all the time. And so, from my observation and the request that comes to the Foundation for System is almost frightening, in that so many of our colleagues after 70 have fell upon hard times. And many of them have asked the Foundation for help for some very simple things which you would have thought they could easily handle. And so at this stage, we I'm going to make a speech in a little while about foundation. At this stage, I'm seeing the effect of lack of financial preparedness. And it is, in fact, we had 70% of the respondents. Prior to the study, and I was part of preparing the study, I thought it was about 80%. We are just not prepared for what is to happen in later years. And so it is obvious that the need for the younger doctors to recognize that their responsibilities will expand with time and that they will need to plan for the future and that as a human being they will become unwell eventually and in many cases remain unwell for a long time and we need help. So I agree with the findings based on the reports we get from colleagues who need assistance that we are totally unprepared. And for those over 70, it's too late now. But for those who are up and coming, it's time for you to recognize the need and do something about it.
All right, thank you so much, Al. So having said that, I'm just going to just briefly just look at a few of our perceptions towards what we consider to be physician support, or what is out there. And a question was asked, have we ever witnessed a colleague in distress, whether know of a person or actually witness the individual directly? And 82% of the respondents says yes, they know of a colleague who has been in distress, right, so they've known somebody who's been in distress. So the question then becomes, if the person is in distress, are there any support system that could be made available to the colleague to be able to support the individual? 76% of the respondents reported that they didn't believe that we had adequate support systems. 12% were unsure whether we had, while only 11% of respondents reported that they think we had an adequate support system. These differences were not different by career stage. And as a part of that support system, 97% of respondents said that they would support a welfare fund through donations and or advocacy. And that the criteria for them, the most important criteria for them, related to transparency, the eligibility criteria, and the evidence of the impact, whether or not it was working. So I would just first ask Aldith if you would wish to comment on the perception of adequacy of support for physicians from her perspective as AGPJ.
Well, we, as an association, we actually do reach out to our colleagues, and we have a very efficient administrator in Lynn, and she is quite compassionate, and I think everybody knows her, and they will reach her and then let her know what's going on, and then she will actually get in touch with us as well. Because I know that we do have persons who actually are having a lot of challenges.
Okay.
So I think moral support, and if we can actually raise funds for a particular person, we will do it. We'll discuss it, and then we'll raise the particular funds.
Okay, that's great. Let me just ask Dr. Williamson, since he is now on the retired side, whether or not he's aware of a support system that exists through the different organizations, MAJ, AGPJ. Dr. Williamson, do you wish to comment?
Boy, Prof, I'll tell you, I didn't even know that there was a
That's okay.
foundation. It was totally out of my purview. I had absolutely no idea. When Prof Bailey asked me, "Do you know of the foundation?" I said, "What?" Because as I tell you, Prof, in my coming up, it was my mantra, there's no one coming to save me. When at 17, I left school in the sixth form, I went to work. My mother said to me, you
You
have
went
to
to Arden?
Calabar, the great
No, but you said
Rabbit.
you went to a school.
Only Calabar, only Calabar. So my mother said to me, no, you have to help support the house. I said, wow. So I said, well, if I'm going to support somebody else's house, my father's, but I support my own. And I struck out with my wife to be. And that was 52 years ago. So I programmed my life that no one is coming to help me. So we did everything to make sure that we were independent. And I just didn't know about any support mechanisms, you know. And this is 50 odd years of medicine.
Okay. Oh, great, great. Hal, you want to just give just a brief, or you're slated to do that at the end? Are you slated to do that at the end about the foundation?
Yes, Prof. I have a speech to make at the end, so I'll reserve my comments.
Yeah, you just reserve your comments at that time. Okay, fair enough. Good enough. All right, so professional organizations now, like CCFP, AGPJ, MAJ, 46% of early career stage physicians are not affiliated to an organization. So that's really a little disappointing. 1.4% of respondents perceive that professional organizations are not important. And 78% of respondents, and so this is the other question. I'm not sure what this one is. I forget that one. But sufficing to say, what is more important is the fact, and this was significant, was that many of our early career physicians were not affiliated with a professional organization. When we looked at whether or not professional organizations were important for professional development, we had some consistency in this fact that across the careers, many of them ranked continuing medical education and clinical knowledge as the number one attributes or contribution of professional organizations to their career. The early career physician ranked practice management and sustainability as number 2, and professional networking as number 3, as the benefits of these professional medical organizations. In the case of the late career physician, they move professional networking to number 2 and practice management and sustainability as number 3. For the retired, they still viewed professional organization as CMEs, as well as for some individuals who still are interested, own practices, they put practice management, sustainability, and leadership development as their next rank. So having said that, now what we're going to be doing, right, we further did ask using what we call open-ended questions to ask individuals to say, how can professional bodies better support them through their career? And from that analysis, financial literacy and practice management came out as the number 1 task that they think as professional organizations we should do. CME came in as number 2. Organizing and running a mentorship network is number 3. Mental health support came at number 4. And the 5th ranked or thematic areas that came out from the qualitative question, qualitative response to the question was job support. So, colleagues, I will take Aldith as AGPJ. What are your comments on on the findings so far about the benefits of being affiliated to a professional organization and what members are perceiving of how professional organizations can contribute to their career?
The professional organizations, for persons not to be part of that, it means that they have never been introduced from medical school. And I think that this is a gap that needs to be looked at. The other thing is that it is so important that persons are actually engaged with the organizations because they can grow and glow by this engagement. They get the mentorship, they get their CMEs, they get practice management support. Look at what we do for MAJ Insurance Committee. If once we are aware and the members are aware that they are uncomfortable with a contract, we will negotiate. Once they give us permission, we'll negotiate a contract with the insurer. It's important. Just as Mindy said, don't do it on your own. You've got to be behind, let an organization represent the contract and do the proper negotiation, because in that particular Guardian Life negotiation, we actually went to medical counsel who gave us the services of their data protection officer. That person did a fantastic job. And then MAJ hired their lawyer at significant expense to the MAJ for him to go through the contract and make his recommendations. And then as a team, the MAJ Insurance Committee team, we sat down together and put pen to paper on what we're going to tell Guardian Life. And we had to make sure that we were actually representing the members. So it is important that people are connected. You know, when they are not connected, they sabotage the rest of the doctors in the island because they sign up to stupidness. And then especially if a lot of stupidness is signed up.
Strong words, Alden.
No, they sign up because they are not part of something. They do not see themselves as part of something. And here it is. So we need to actually reach out. Say they don't know that we exist. They don't see the relevance of the organization. I guess ignorance for them is bliss. However, this ignorance can actually hurt the family of doctors in the island.
All right.
So together, each achieves more.
Yeah. Thanks.
Sorry for calling them stupidness.
No, but that's all right. Dr. Smith, former president of MAJ, you want to share what you think some of the benefits are from a professional organization standpoint and as a former president?
Sure, definitely. So if you look at my CV, you'll see that I'm definitely a believer in professional associations. I started with the Junior Doctors Association in 1999 as Western Region Rep, then Vice President, then President, and continued with JMD as President as well for a term and a half, and then MAJ. And so clearly I believe in the power of association. And in terms of the JD and the JMD, one of the benefits obviously was that we were able to use the power of our numbers to negotiate better salaries, better working conditions at several turns. And through the MAJ, one of the things that we recognized was the need as a body to help our members in tangible ways. Sure, we can negotiate, for example, you get a 5% discount at a pharmacy. But we thought it was also very important to do things like put on webinars that would expose persons to the financial community where they can learn about financial planning, estate planning, investment tools that are available. And we have the agreement coming up with Scotiabank that really gave us some great benefit in the past, and we hope in the future. So I'm a firm believer that by using the power of association, we can use our numbers and the power that we bring the clout that we bring, the authority that we bring, and certainly the high value to Jamaica. And we can negotiate better for each individual person. So I'm a firm believer in the power of association.
All right. Thank you there, Merton. So I'm going to move on to the next question now, which is digitalization, because AI is upon us. So what we did was there were a series of Likert questions in which you were allowed to rank the responses, where if you had a score of 5, it represented what we call a very positive response. And if you had a score of 1, it represented that you had no response or negative response. So when we ask the question about how confident are you about digital technologies in your practice or in your use, we found, not surprisingly, that the early career physicians were significantly more confident about digitalization than the rest of us. Surprisingly, the median score for the retired one wasn't too far behind. We're comparable to the mid and the late career. So hope is still a fresher than a bound. When we ask the question about the extent to which you believe that digital technologies will influence your ability to continue practicing medicine effectively in the coming years, again, the early physicians were far more confident with this particular perspective. The mid-career individuals were not so positive about their abilities, but nevertheless, as I said, the early career physicians, being digital native, they had no fears at all. So what were some of the challenges identified by respondents for adoption or fully utilizing digital technology? The vast majority of responses spoke to about lack of training or familiarity with the digital tool, the whole issues of implementation within their workflow process, data privacy and confidentiality, limited technical support, the time required to learn new systems. But of all the challenges that were offered, the only one that showed a difference between the different career stages was the rapid pace, where for the older folks, we thought the rapid pace of technological change and the personal preference for traditional paper-based was a little higher compared to our earlier career physician. But this is really not surprising. So the expected barriers for the digital technologies were listed there. So we will stop at that point, and I'll ask Mindy, as the digital native amongst us, are you using AI, Mindy?
It's funny that you say that because I love paper and pen. I am still somebody that's buying textbooks, writing in the corners. I'm still that person. But I am, I'm personally very good with technology. So I think it would be an easier adaptation for me and for my persons in my general age group and below, that would be easier to adapt. And as we know, there have been some rollouts in the government system at certain institutions that are on the government are on digitization already. There's pros and cons to AI, of course. As somebody who has to write a lot of medical reports, people keep saying that AI can help and ChatGPT can do the whole report for you and all of these things. But of course, we have to determine what is, where do we blur the line in terms of confidentiality? Have persons consented for AI to be involved in their letter writing and all of these things? And so I think while I recognize that we have to move towards digitization, I still think that we have a ways to go in terms of ensuring that the boundaries and the confidentiality can be ensured first.
Thanks so much. Aldith, how much does these responses reflect your own views about digitalization?
I will embrace it, and I will have my reservations. Just last week, a patient, he's actually from Canada, and first time I'm actually meeting him, and he said that he felt so good being able to talk without AI recording him. He says in Canada, as he steps through the door of the doctor's office, he is told that AI is recording his conversation. And it's not as if he can opt out. It is what is done. So yeah, he's just forced to accept. It appears to him that he's forced to accept. So he says he will come down to Jamaica and just to have a good talk the old-fashioned way with the doctor.
Okay, all right.
However, it's good to know, because I heard Mr. Trotman, how we can blend it, you know. So it's the understanding and to learn and to now blend it.
Sure. Martin, quickly, your own views about technology. Do you use AI?
Oh, I do, and I'm a firm believer in digitization as well. In my practice, for example, from we opened our doors, we said no filing cabinets, computers only, and all files are digitized. And then in fact, what has happened is that with the incorporation of AI, which is actually much more insidious than you think, AI is there on your computer devices long before we started talking about AI, where when you start to type in a search in your search bar, it gives you several options which have been determined by AI to be the popular options, either with your own searches or just other people's searches. And you know, so you've been using it. It completes your WhatsApp text sometimes for you and autocorrect. So it's been there, ingrained in everything that we've been doing. And I embrace it, but I also am cautious to make sure that we don't allow it to breach the other rules that exist, data protection and others.
All right, thank you so much. And in full disclosure, I think I said it before, I did use AI to do the thematic analysis for this preliminary report. So, CME, we recall that we said that one of the main advantages of professional organization was for CME. And one of some of the topics that individuals put forward for which they thought additional training through these professional organizations may be required: the use of electronic health record, telemedicine, virtual patient care, digital communications with patient, AI tools in clinical practice, practice management software, data protection and cybersecurity, and transitional planning for digital practices are all some of the topics that people, respondents, reported on this interface between digitalization as we move forward. Just to let you know that the MAJ conference coming up in June, we will have some practical hands-on experiences, opportunities for people to work with the AI as we're trying to make that more widely adopted across the health landscape. So we'll be focusing on AI, generally speaking, for that conference. So these were just some of the topics that came across for CME things. 52% of the respondents said that they preferred CME online. And then when we look at CMEs or having topics that are not clinically related, so how adequately do you feel prepared for non-clinical aspects of your medical career? Example, business, leadership, legal, and so on. We found that most people opined that they were not relatively prepared adequately. And so there's quite a lot of work as professional organizations that we're likely to have to do to focus on some of these non-clinical aspects of their medical career. And the truth be told is that many of the respondents identified these non-clinical components as important contributors for their careers. So financial planning advice, 85% of the respondents said that it was something that they think we should include. 96% of individuals said that we should provide some guidance on non-clinical career path. Mental and emotional health support, 95%, and legal and contractual consultation, at least 97% of the respondents said that we should provide them with some guidance and that these are important considerations for you to enjoy a successful career. So I will close off this part of it by turning over to Dr. Bailey and Dr. Buckland, because Dr. Bailey from Medical Foundation and Dr. Buckland from AGCP, clearly, colleagues, I think our future in terms of what we need to do as professional organization has been shared with us, and I'll just pause for a comment from Dr. Buckland first, and then I'll go to Dr. Bailey.
I think this conference has been really very useful. I'm just seeing the comments in the chat that that people have learned a lot from the engagement. And so I'm really happy that we partnered with the MAJ Foundation for their definitely worthy cause. And yes, and I think together as a family, we can do amazing things. But we need to stay together. Sometimes we have to actually need to meet in-house so we can see each other face to face. Online is good. So if we could sometimes meet online and sometimes do face to face, that would be good.
Okay, thanks so much. Dr. Bailey, I'm going to ask you to just hold a minute because we're going to hand over to you to do the other aspect of the agenda. I just want to ask Dr. Williamson, as the elder statesman in the room, is there where all of us are hoping and aspiring to be? If he would just want to just share a few closing words with us. Dr. Williamson, I'll take you first, and then I'll hand over completely to Dr. Bailey. Okay, all right, not hearing from Dr. Williamson. Dr. Bailey, you have the important word. It's not the last word, but the important word. You can go into your presentation.
Sorry, I missed you.
Oh, sorry. Oh, Dr. Williamson is here.
Okay. What were you saying?
No, man, I was just saying, as the elder statesman, you've reached a stage where all of us would wish to reach at some point.
Yes.
If you would wish to just give us some parting words, some closing words.
As I said earlier, financial illiteracy is paramount among us doctors. We enter medical school at 18, 19, and we graduate 25, 26 into positions of authority and earning relatively good money. And then we are 50 and 60 and we don't know how to invest that money. We have no idea what is going on. Worse, if your partner happens to be another doctor, which is a no-no, you will end up really not able to progress properly, save, invest, and provide for a comfortable retirement. And as I tell you, at our age, a comfortable retirement is absolutely important. Your peace of mind, having worked as hard as we have had for the past 50 years, to be able to go to the supermarket, pay your bills, not worry about somebody taking away your house, and be comfortable, it's absolutely critical. So, Prof, I think that financial intelligence and education should be a part, just as how in the last 2 years we have seen medical legal aspects come to the fore, which in my time didn't know anything about that, but financial intelligence need to be taught, or the doctors will end up in very sad situations as time go forward. So that's my parting shot. It is not bad.
Thanks so much. And so, Alvaston, I'm going to hand over to you now for your segment on the Medical Foundation. All right.
Thank you very much, Prof. I am extremely pleased to have been part of this momentous occasion. Let me thank the AGPJ for coordinating with us to put on this seminal seminar. It has been one of the most enjoyable seminars I've had for a long time. Let me just tell you a little bit about the foundation. The foundation was established in 1988 and has grown significantly over the years with the Board of Governors. I want to emphasize this point because it was brought out in the survey. We are run by a Board of Governors who ensure that our mission vision and objectives are realized, and that the foundation's funds are prudently managed. And that's an important point. I'm the chairman, but I have directors that guides me. Our primary mission is to ensure that all incapacitated MAJ members who apply to the foundation and whose material needs are approved receive support and assistance. To achieve this objective, we rely on the goodwill of you, our colleagues, through donations and fundraising activities. Let me remind you that an MAJ Foundation tab has been established on MAJ website, through which contributions may be made through your preferred payment method. Let me encourage every member present to consider contributing. Even a modest pledge today can make a meaningful difference. Many of our older colleagues are in dire straits and need help. We have some fundraising activities arranged for this year. We had an enjoyable bingo night on February 27th, and it was so good that I'm inviting all to come to the next one, which is on November 27th this year. It is an occasion that you should not miss. We have our foundation fish fry coming up on June 26th this year. And you must make a note of this in your diary. There's a benefit play called Hurricane Hatterclaps, written and directed by Dale Harris, scheduled for the Little Theatre between July 3 to September 27. We'd like you to come to MAJ House and buy some tickets. Most importantly, in partnership with the Medical Council of Jamaica, we have formed a joint committee on physician wellness and well-being. The Council has committed funding to this important initiative. Among our planned activities is a wellness drive aimed at promoting the mental, emotional, and physical health of our colleagues. To amplify this effort, we plan to launch a social media campaign under the hashtag Docs Deserve Care and Health to Doc Healthy Lives. We plan to solicit testimonial videos and messages from doctors to encourage our peers to prioritize self-care. We plan to distribute bi-monthly newsletters focusing on wellness themes, and I contacted Dr. Earl Wright and advised him that the content of this seminar must become part of our monthly newsletters. We plan to provide access to mental health services, potentially engaging overseas practitioners to support our local efforts. We believe this wellness drive will not only promote healthier practice among doctors, but also enhance morale, reduce burnout, strengthen solidarity among our profession. We will keep you informed about this program as it unfolds. I want to make a point. To maintain fiscal prudence and sustainability, the Foundation pledged to limit disbursement to a maximum of 10% of our asset base annually. 10%. This will be distributed among approved applicants. But the important point you need to remember is that the greater our asset base, the larger will be our disbursement. In closing, I appeal to each of you, and we've had over 500 participants online, to remember that this foundation exists for our peers in times of greatest vulnerability. It is our collective responsibility to ensure it remains viable and responsive. Therefore, all of you listening, let me invite you to join us in this endeavor through fundraising, advocacy, and personal contribution, the foundation will prosper and we all will benefit from it. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much, Prof. Bailey. An important point, colleagues, we should remember is that any donations to the MAJ Foundation, because they're a charity, is tax deductible. We encourage you to give generously. All right, so colleagues, this meeting or CME program would not have been possible without the kind contribution and efforts of many persons. So within that regard, I now hand over to Dr. Buckland to do the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Prof. On behalf of the Association of General Practitioners and the MAJ Foundation, we thank all of you who stayed for all of these hours and were engaged with everything that was said. You are an amazing group. And I tell you, if you are not a member of the Association of General Practitioners yet, just contact the agpjamaica@gmail.com, agpjamaica@gmail.com, and you'll be told what to do from there. But it is a very dynamic association. First of all, I'd like to thank our administrator, Dr. Lynn Thompson-Hyatt, for the amazing support she has had for this program. She has worked really hard on everything, and you notice that she was also quite involved in the cartoon creation for my slides. She did an amazing job. Dr. Donald Gordon, our president, Dr. Peter Swaby, who gave the history of how this collaboration all began with the MAJ Foundation, and then our able floor members, Drs. Peggy Myers-Morgan and Aileen Lopez-Gordon. We really have a great board for the AGPJ. And Dr. Alveston Bailey, who's the MAJ Foundation, really he worked hard on this program as well. Our moderator, Dr. Pauline Williams-Green, did a fantastic job. So did our technical engineer from Allgate Solutions, Mr. Samuel Heron. So you know that the theme was from graduation to retirement, safeguarding physicians across the career life cycle. And to flesh it all out were these persons. Dr. Earl Wright, who spoke about their early career survival, navigating debt, contracts, and career choices. You agree with me that he really added a lot of healthy flesh to the bones and gave us a lot of things to chew on. And then Dr. Brian Charles from the Medical Protection Society, who spoke about medical-legal risk management, a GP's perspective. It was well received, sir. And then Dr. Alveston Bailey, the chair of the MAJ Foundation, spoke on ethical considerations in early professional practice. Ethics is really quite important, you know, and he gave us a lot of food for thought. And then Professor Marvin Reed, he spoke about mid-career pressures, leadership, and in a, what he said? Yes, you spoke about leadership and longevity and liability. Excuse me. And then the NCB Financial Group, the presenter was Mr. Antonio Spence, and with him was the lovely person from Guardian Life who came along with him. And he spoke about preparing for retirement without financial or professional shock. Mr. Dale Trotman, Med Regis from Barbados, he gave us a very important view of how the practice management electronic health record works from Med Regis. he's saying that it was really a very smooth runner and one that we can trust to work in our clinics. And that we also have doctors here who are using the program, and they vouched that it really is a good product, a good software. The sponsors that we had were from Indus, Mr. Dayanand, and also we had Mr. Paul Russell from Abbott, and the medical rep from Medimplex, who spoke about their important products. I am glad that I was part of this program. I remember when I saw it, I said, I'd like to, I told Lynn, and I also wrote to Prof. Bailey that I'd like to speak about advancing the quintuple aim to physician well-being and health equity. I didn't know about it before. And when I went to Wonka's meeting in Portugal last year, I heard about the triple aim, the quadruple aim, and the quintuple aim. And this actually allowed me to dig even deeper and put things together and bring my own personal flavor to it. And I thank all of you who are engaged in it, because the quintuple aim is really important for us as physicians, for our well-being, and also for us as if we ever get to be patients. Then Professor Marvin Reed, he was the moderator for the panel discussion, Physician Careers Transitions in Jamaica. And our panelists were Doctors Mindy Fitzhenley, Martin Smith, Earl Williamson, and Alveston Bailey, and myself, Aldith Buckland. And they went through a set of topics after looking at what the results of the survey yielded. And they spoke about career challenges by stage and professional development, financial and professional preparedness, physician welfare and support systems, attitudes toward physician welfare funds, CME needs and professional development, professional organization and engagement, and future of medical practice. Dr. Alveston Bailey told us how the funds are being used, and so we have every confidence in his wisdom. So I invite all of you to donate as generously as you can, because it's going to a very important cause to our doctors who are in need. So on this, I thank all of you for staying for the entire program. And I am very happy that you made it with us today. Thank you so much. And have a good evening.
All right, thanks so much, Aldith. Sam, are there any closing remarks in terms of instructions? Okay, great. Those of you, you'll get your CME, so you don't have to worry. I think Lynn will organize that for you. So you don't have to put your CME, your contacts in the chat. We'll organize all of that. So do enjoy the rest of the evening. Happy Easter when it comes. I don't think I'll get the opportunity for like this again before Easter. So happy Easter when it comes, and do enjoy the rest of the evening. Good.